Welcome back. Tonight, you'll hear long paranormal experiences and unexplained phenomena designed to intrigue your mind while helping you unwind. If you enjoy the stories, like, subscribe, and comment where you're listening from tonight. Get cozy, relax, and let the tales carry you. Story 1. My carbon monoxide detector has been going off every night at 3 a.m. for the past week. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm sitting in my car in a grocery store parking lot at 4 in the morning because I'm too scared to go back inside my apartment. I know how insane this sounds, but I need to write everything down before I forget again. Let me start from the beginning. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building in Minneapolis. I've been here for 8 months. It's not fancy, but it's mine, and the rent is cheap. I work from home doing tech support, so I'm in the apartment pretty much all day, every day. About 2 weeks ago, I installed a carbon monoxide detector. I know I should have done it sooner, but I kept putting it off. My mom kept nagging me about it after her friend's husband died from a faulty furnace, so I finally ordered one on Amazon. It's one of those digital ones with a screen that shows the CO levels. I put it in the hallway between my bedroom and the living room, plugged it in, and forgot about it. Everything was fine for the first week. Then last Monday night, I woke up to the detector screaming. The alarm is loud, really loud, and it was going off right outside my bedroom. I grabbed my phone. It was 3:07 a.m. I stumbled out into the hallway and looked at the detector. The screen said 0 ppm, 0. No carbon monoxide detected, but it was still blaring. I unplugged it, thinking maybe it was malfunctioning. The alarm stopped. I stood there in the dark hallway for a minute, listening, but everything was quiet. I plugged it back in. It beeped once to show it was working, displayed 0 ppm, and stayed quiet. I went back to bed. The next night, same thing. 3 a.m. exactly, the alarm started screaming. I checked it. 0 ppm. I unplugged it, waited, plugged it back in. It stopped. I figured the detector was defective. I was going to return it, but I got busy with work and forgot. Wednesday night, 3 a.m., the alarm went off. Again. This time, I was annoyed enough that I actually got out of bed faster. I unplugged the detector and brought it into my bedroom so the alarm wouldn't wake me up if it went off again. I left it on my dresser, unplugged. I went back to sleep. At 3:47 a.m., I woke up to the alarm going off again. The detector was still on my dresser, still unplugged, but the screen was lit up and the alarm was blaring and the screen said, 0 ppm. That's when I started to get scared. I took the batteries out. The detector is supposed to have a battery backup in case of power outages. I removed them completely. No power source at all. The alarm kept going. I stood there holding this dead detector in my hands while it screamed at me. The screen was still lit up, showing 0 ppm. Even though there was no possible way it could be getting power, I threw it in my closet and shut the door. The alarm was muffled, but I could still hear it. I put a pillow over my head and eventually fell back asleep. In the morning, I opened the closet. The detector was silent, screen dark, completely dead. I looked at it for a long time. I thought about throwing it away, but part of me wanted to figure out what was happening. I posted about it on a tech support forum. People said it was probably a manufacturing defect, that sometimes electronics can hold a charge and do weird things. Someone suggested I get a replacement and also call my landlord to check the furnace. I called my landlord that afternoon. He said the furnace was inspected in September and everything was fine, but he'd send someone to check again. A maintenance guy came by on Friday. He spent 20 minutes looking at the furnace and the vents and said everything looked good. No leaks, no problems. I asked him if he'd ever heard of carbon monoxide detectors going off when they're not even plugged in. He looked at me weird and said, no. After he left, I took the detector out of my closet. I put the batteries back in and plugged it into the outlet in my living room far away from my bedroom. I wanted to see if it would go off again. Friday night, 3 a.m., it went off. I got up and checked it. 0 ppm. I unplugged it and took the batteries out again. It kept beeping for about 30 seconds, then stopped. Saturday, I bought a completely different detector from a different brand. I installed it in the hallway and put the old one in a drawer in my kitchen. Saturday night, 3 a.m., the new detector went off. I checked it. 0 ppm. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. I could hear another alarm going off too, muffled from the kitchen. The old detector in the drawer was also going off. Both detectors, different brands, one with no power source, both going off at exactly 3 a.m., showing no carbon monoxide present. I sat on my couch with all the lights on until sunrise. I didn't go back to sleep. Sunday morning, I did some research. I looked up everything I could find about carbon monoxide detectors malfunctioning. The only thing that made sense was electromagnetic interference. Sometimes power lines or other electronics can cause false alarms. But that wouldn't explain the detector going off with no power. I also looked up stories about carbon monoxide poisoning. The symptoms are headache, dizziness, confusion, nausea. One thing that kept coming up in the articles was that CO poisoning can cause memory problems and hallucinations. I started to think, what if there really is carbon monoxide in my apartment? What if the detectors are malfunctioning and not showing the real levels? What if I'm slowly being poisoned, and that's why I'm seeing impossible things like unplugged detectors turning on? Sunday afternoon, I bought a third detector, a professional grade one that cost $200. The reviews said it was the most accurate on the market. I also bought a pack of those disposable CO badges that change color if they detect gas. I put badges in every room. I installed the new detector. I opened all my windows, even though it was freezing outside. Sunday night, I didn't sleep. I stayed up watching the detector. At 2:55 a.m., I was staring right at it. At exactly 3 a.m., all three detectors started going off. The new one in the hallway, the one in the living room, and the one in the kitchen drawer. All of them, simultaneously, all of them showing 0 ppm. I checked the CO badges. None of them had changed color. No carbon monoxide. The alarms kept going for about 5 minutes. Then they all stopped at the same time. Just stopped, mid-beep. Total silence. I sat on my couch in the dark, shaking. That's when I noticed something. My laptop was open on the coffee table. I always close it before bed. But it was open, and the screen was on. And there was a document open in Word. I didn't remember opening a document. I walked over and looked at the screen. There was text. Pages and pages of text. I started reading it. It was a journal, my journal, entries going back months. But I don't keep a journal. I've never kept a journal. The entries were about my daily life. What I ate, what I watched on TV, who I talked to. Mundane stuff. But written in detail, like someone was documenting everything I did. I scrolled down. The entries got weirder. They started talking about hearing noises at night, about feeling watched, about losing time and finding things moved around the apartment. I don't remember any of this. I don't remember writing any of this. The last entry was from Sunday night, a few hours ago. It said, "The alarms went off again at 3 a.m., all three of them. I'm starting to understand what's happening. I'm starting to remember. I don't think I'm alone in this apartment. I don't think I've ever been alone here." My hands were shaking so badly I could barely scroll. I kept reading. I found the photos today. They were in a folder on my desktop labeled "Do Not Open." I don't remember creating that folder. I opened it anyway. There were pictures of me sleeping. Hundreds of them, taken from different angles in my bedroom, some from last week, some from last night. Someone has been in my room while I'm sleeping, taking pictures. I immediately opened my desktop folders. There it was, a folder labeled "Do Not Open." I clicked on it. Photos. So many photos. All of me, sleeping in my bed, sitting at my desk, cooking in the kitchen, watching TV. Some were taken from inside my apartment, from angles that shouldn't be possible unless someone was standing right next to me. Others were taken through my window from outside, from the building across the street. There are photos from tonight, from an hour ago. Me sitting on the couch with all the lights on, holding my phone. Someone was watching me right now. I ran to the window and looked out. The building across the street was dark, but I could see one window with a faint light. 3rd floor, directly across from my apartment. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I told them someone was stalking me, that someone had been in my apartment taking pictures. They said they'd send an officer. While I waited, I kept reading the journal. The entries got more disturbing. I think I'm losing time. I'll be working and then suddenly it's hours later and I don't remember what happened. I found a video on my phone today. I don't remember recording it. It's 47 minutes of me just sitting at my desk, staring at the wall, not moving, just sitting there. I watched the whole thing. I never blinked. Not once in 47 minutes. I checked my phone. I found the video. I couldn't watch it. I couldn't watch myself sitting there like that. The detectives are trying to warn me. The 3 a.m. alarms, that's when they come into my apartment. That's when I'm most vulnerable, in the deepest part of sleep. The detectives can sense them, even if they can't detect carbon monoxide. They're sensing something else. No, that was crazy. That didn't make any sense. But what did make sense? Detectors going off with no power, detectors going off with no gas present, photos of me that I didn't take, a journal I didn't write. The police arrived around 4:30 a.m., 2 officers. I showed them everything, the detectives, the photos, the journal. They looked at each other with expressions I couldn't read. They searched my apartment. They checked the closets, under the bed, the bathroom, nothing. No signs of forced entry, no signs that anyone had been there besides me. They asked if anyone else had a key to my apartment. No, just me and the landlord. They asked if I'd been feeling okay, if I'd been stressed, if I was taking any medications. I said no. I said I was fine, but I could tell they didn't believe me. One of the officers took my laptop to look at the photos more carefully. He opened the folder. It was empty. All the photos were gone, deleted in the last 10 minutes, according to the file properties. "Is this some kind of prank?" he asked. "No, I swear they were just there, hundreds of photos. They looked at each other again. The other officer found my journal document still open in Word. He started reading it out loud. But it wasn't the same. The entries were different now. Normal entries about normal things. Nothing about being watched or losing time. Nothing about photos. "This seems like a pretty standard journal," he said. "That's not what it said before. It was talking about someone being in my apartment." They asked if I'd been drinking or using drugs. I said no. They asked if I'd considered talking to someone, maybe a therapist. They gave me a card for a crisis hotline. They left around 5 a.m. They said to call if anything else happened, but I could tell they thought I was having some kind of breakdown. After they left, I checked my laptop again. The journal was still open. I read through it again, just to make sure I wasn't crazy. It was different. It had been changed. Someone had changed it while the police were here. I checked the folder of photos. Still empty, but the deleted files, I could recover those. I downloaded a recovery program and started scanning my hard drive. It found fragments, pieces of the photos that had been deleted. Not enough to see full images, but enough to see parts. A piece of my bedroom, a corner of my face, a timestamp showing they were taken last night. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had taken these photos. And then they deleted the evidence while the police were here, which meant they were either still in my apartment somewhere or they had remote access to my computer. I slammed my laptop shut. I grabbed my phone, my wallet, and my keys. I left the apartment and went to my car. That's where I am now. It's 6 a.m. The sun is starting to come up. I've been sitting here trying to make sense of everything. I keep coming back to the carbon monoxide detectors. Why 3 a.m.? Why do they all go off at exactly 3 a.m. showing 0 ppm? I looked it up. 3 a.m. is called the witching hour. But that's just superstition. But it's also the time when your body is in the deepest sleep, when your REM cycle is at its peak. It's when you're most vulnerable to sleepwalking, night terrors, sleep paralysis. What if I'm doing this to myself? What if I'm sleepwalking and taking photos of myself and writing in the journal and I don't remember it? What if the carbon monoxide detectors are going off because I'm somehow triggering them in my sleep? But that doesn't explain how the detector went off with no power. That doesn't explain the photos taken from outside my window, unless I'm not sleepwalking, unless there's something else wrong with me. I called my mom. It's early, but she always wakes up at 5:30. I told her everything. She was quiet for a long time after I finished. "Honey," she said carefully, "I think you need to see a doctor." "I'm not crazy." "I didn't say you were crazy, but what you're describing, the memory problems, the lost time, finding things you don't remember, creating, those could be symptoms of something medical, a brain tumor or seizures or even just extreme stress. What about the detectors? What about them going off with no power?" She didn't have an answer for that. I told her I was going to get a hotel room for a few days just until I figured things out. She said that was a good idea. She asked me to promise I'd see a doctor. I promised. I'm about to drive to a hotel. But I needed to write all this down first, while I still remember it clearly, because I'm starting to worry that I'll forget again, that whatever is happening to me will make me forget, like it's made me forget before. If you're reading this and I've forgotten, here's what you need to know. 1. The carbon monoxide detectors go off at 3 a.m. every night. 2. There are photos on my computer that I didn't take. 3. There's a journal on my computer that I didn't write. 4. Someone has been in my apartment while I sleep. 5. I'm losing time and I don't know what I'm doing. During those gaps, I'm going to the hotel now. I'll update when I can. Update. 2 p.m. Same day. I checked into a hotel around 7 a.m. and immediately fell asleep. I woke up at noon feeling better, more clear-headed. I decided to look at my phone. I had a dozen texts from my landlord. The first one was from 8 a.m. Your neighbor below you called. She said your alarm has been going off all morning. Please turn it off. The rest were increasingly angry messages about the noise and threatening to enter my apartment if I didn't respond. I called him. I'm not in the apartment. I've been at a hotel since 6 a.m. Well, something is making noise in there. I'm going in. I told him to go ahead. I wanted him to check anyway to see if anyone was in there. He called me back 20 minutes later. I went in. Your carbon monoxide detectors were all going off. I unplugged them. You really need to get those checked out. They're defective. Was anyone else in the apartment? What? No, it's empty. Why would someone be in your apartment? I explained about the photos and the journal. He was silent for a long time. Look, he said finally, I don't want to overstep, but have you been feeling okay? Like mentally okay? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine. Can you just check the windows? Make sure they're all locked from the inside? He checked, all locked. No signs anyone had broken in. After we hung up, I opened my laptop. I wanted to look at the journal again to see if it had changed again. The document was gone. Completely gone. Not in my recent files, not anywhere on my computer. I searched for it. Nothing. I checked my browser history to see what I'd been looking at last night. The history had been cleared. All of it. Wiped completely. Then I noticed my webcam light was on. The little green light that shows when the camera is active. I haven't used my webcam in months. I opened my webcam software. It was recording. It had been recording since I opened my laptop at the hotel. Recording me sitting here, reading, typing. I checked the saved videos folder. There were hours of footage. Days of footage, videos of me in my apartment, working, sleeping, walking around. The timestamps went back weeks. My webcam had been recording me this entire time without my knowledge. I slammed the laptop shut and covered the webcam with tape. My heart was racing. Someone had accessed my computer remotely and turned on my webcam. They'd been watching me for weeks, maybe months. I called the police again. This time I told them about the webcam, about the remote access, about someone hacking my computer. They said they'd send someone from their cyber crimes unit. While I waited, I did something I should have done days ago. I called my doctor and made an emergency appointment because my mom was right. Even if someone is stalking me and hacking my computer, the memory loss and lost time isn't normal. Something is wrong with me medically. The appointment is tomorrow morning. The cyber crimes detective showed up at my hotel around 3 p.m. She took my laptop to examine it. She said if someone really was accessing it remotely, they'd be able to find evidence. She asked me the same questions everyone asks. Have I been feeling stressed? Any medications? Any history of mental illness? I told her no, but I'm seeing a doctor tomorrow, just to rule things out. She said that was smart. She also said something that scared me. She said that in cases like this, where someone has access to your computer, they can also have access to your phone. They can track your location, read your messages, even listen through your microphone. I'm writing this update on a public library computer because I'm too afraid to use my phone anymore. I don't know who's watching me or why. I don't know what's real and what I'm imagining. I don't know if I'm sick or being stalked or both. All I know is that I can't go back to that apartment. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Final update. 1 week later. I'm writing this from my mom's house in Wisconsin. I left Minneapolis 4 days ago, and I'm not going back. The doctor's appointment revealed something I wasn't expecting. I have a brain tumor. It's small, benign, located in my temporal lobe. The neurologist said it's been there for a while, probably years, slowly growing. It's in a location that can cause memory problems, hallucinations, seizures, and something called confabulation, where your brain creates false memories to fill in gaps. The tumor explains a lot. The lost time, the confusion, finding things I didn't remember creating. It's possible I was doing things in a fugue state and not remembering them afterward. The cybercrimes detective called me yesterday. They analyzed my laptop. There was no evidence of remote access, no malware, no spyware, no indication that anyone had hacked into my computer. The webcam recordings were all started manually. By me. I just didn't remember doing it. The photos that I thought were of me sleeping, they analyzed the metadata, all taken by my phone, from angles consistent with me setting up the phone and taking the photos myself. The journal entries, the writing style matched samples of my other writing. It was me. I wrote all of it. I don't remember any of it, but apparently I did it all myself. The landlord checked my apartment again with police present. No signs anyone else had been there. No cameras, no listening devices, nothing. He checked the building across the street, too. The window I thought I saw a light in. That apartment has been vacant for 3 months. The carbon monoxide detectors, the landlord took them all to be tested by a professional. They're working perfectly, no defects. He installed new ones, and they haven't gone off since I left. The police think I was triggering them myself. In my fugue states, I was unplugging them, removing batteries, moving them around. That's why they seem to be going off with no power. I was the one making them go off manually and then not remembering it. 3 a.m. was probably when I was sleepwalking or having seizures related to the tumor. Everything has a rational explanation. Everything was me. I'm scheduled for surgery next month to remove the tumor. The doctors say that once it's gone, the symptoms should stop. The memory problems, the hallucinations, all of it. But here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. I got mail forwarded from my Minneapolis apartment yesterday. In with the bills and junk mail was a large manila envelope, no return address. Inside was a note and a USB drive. The note said, "You were right to leave. I'm sorry I scared you. I was only trying to warn you." I plugged the USB drive into my mom's laptop after she ran every security scan known to man. On the drive was a single video file. It was security camera footage from the hallway outside my apartment. Time-stamped from 2 weeks ago, the night the detectors started going off. The footage shows my apartment door. For hours, nothing happens. Then at 2:55 a.m., Someone walks up to my door. They're wearing dark clothes, and their face is covered. They stand outside my door for a few minutes, just standing there. Then they pull out a key and unlock my door. They go inside. They're in there for exactly 12 minutes. Then they come back out, lock the door behind them, and walk away. This happens every night for a week on the footage, always between 2:55 and 3:15 a.m., always the same person, always with a key. I showed the footage to the police. They contacted my landlord. He swears only he and I have keys to that apartment. He changed the locks when I moved in. There are no other copies. But someone had a key. Someone was coming into my apartment every night, and I was so deep in tumor-induced sleep that I never woke up. The police are investigating. They're pulling more security footage from the building. They're interviewing neighbors. They think it might be a maintenance worker or previous tenant who kept a copy of the old key before the locks were changed, or maybe it's someone else entirely. The tumor surgery is in 3 weeks. After that, maybe I'll remember. Maybe my brain will work properly and I'll be able to piece together what was real and what I imagined. But I keep thinking about that note. I was only trying to warn you. Warn me about what? About myself and what I was doing in my fugue states? About the person who was breaking into my apartment? About something else entirely? I don't know. And the scariest part is that I might never know, because even after they remove the tumor, even after my memory comes back, I'll never be sure what was real. I'll never know which parts were my sick brain creating false memories and which parts actually happened. Was there really someone in my apartment? Or did I create that memory to explain the missing time? Were the carbon monoxide detectors really going off? Or did I just think they were? Was someone watching me? Or was I watching myself and forgetting it? I can't trust my own memories anymore. I can't trust my own brain. And that's scarier than any stalker could ever be. The one thing I know for certain is this: I'm never going back to that apartment. Whatever was happening there, whether it was all in my head or whether someone really was coming into my home every night while I slept, I can't live with that uncertainty. My mom says I can stay here as long as I need to. After the surgery, I'll figure out what comes next, but right now, I'm just trying to hold on to what's real. Trying to trust that the doctors know what they're doing. Trying to believe that once the tumor is gone, I'll be myself again, if I ever really knew who that was. If you're reading this and you're experiencing anything similar, memory loss, lost time, finding things you don't remember creating, please see a doctor. Don't do what I did and let it go on for months. Get help immediately, because you might have a tumor, or you might have someone breaking into your home every night, or both, and you won't know which until it's too late. The night grows deeper as we leave this story behind and move on to the next. My dreams have started bleeding into waking hours, and the walls are listening. I rented the room because it was the only place that would take me after what happened at the university. Not that anyone said anything outright, no formal accusations, no disciplinary hearing, but the way colleagues avoided my eyes in the hallway, the sudden silence when I entered the faculty lounge, the department chair's gentle suggestion that I take some time to regroup, it all added up to exile. My research into oniric phenomena had crossed a line I hadn't even seen until I was on the other side of it. The paper I'd published, arguing that certain dream states showed neurological patterns impossible for normal human cognition, had been quietly retracted after peer reviewers called it methodologically unsound and potentially destabilizing. Destabilizing, as if dreams could be dangerous. Blackwater Falls seemed like the perfect place to disappear. A town of 3,000 souls nestled in a river valley 2 hours from anywhere that mattered. No one here cared about academic scandals. They cared about the salmon run and whether Old Man Hemlock would finally fix the pothole on Maple Street. The listing was sparse. Room above the apothecary, utilities included. Landlord is downstairs, $400 per month. No photographs. When I called the number, a woman with a voice like dry leaves answered and said she'd show me the place at 3 o'clock sharp. "Don't be late," she'd said. "The light through the east window is best at 3:07. You'll want to see it then." I arrived at 2:58. The apothecary occupied a narrow brick building on the town's main street, sandwiched between a hardware store and a diner that closed at 8. A faded sign above the door read, "Eleanor Voss, Herbalist and Apothecary," in peeling gold leaf. The display window was crowded with glass jars containing dried herbs, tinctures in amber bottles, bundles of sage tied with twine. All of them seemed to lean toward each other as if sharing secrets. At precisely 3:07, as promised, the late afternoon sun struck the window at an angle that set every dust mote ablaze with reflected gold. It was beautiful, hypnotic. I signed the month-to-month lease without asking a single question. Eleanor Voss was a gaunt woman in her 70s with eyes the color of weathered slate and hands that moved with impossible delicacy when she demonstrated the room's quirks. The space itself was surprisingly spacious. A single open room with exposed brick walls, hardwood floors worn smooth by generations of footsteps, and a kitchenette tucked beneath a dormer window overlooking the town square. The air felt heavy, charged with a static tension that raised the hairs on my arms. And the walls, they seemed to breathe, not literally, but with a subtle expansion and contraction that I noticed only peripherally, like the pulse of a sleeping animal. "The previous tenant left suddenly," Eleanor explained when I commented on the cleanliness. She was standing by the door, already preparing to leave. She didn't have time to make a mess. She paused, her gaze drifting to the mantelpiece above the cold fireplace. "She was a dream researcher, like you. She said the walls here listen." I almost laughed at that, another poetic flourish, but the look on her face stopped me. She was serious, entirely serious. She handed me a heavy iron key tied to a leather thong. "The lock sticks sometimes," she said. "You have to jiggle it just so." She demonstrated with a practiced twist of her wrist. "There's a landline inside if you need anything. No cell service out here, I'm afraid. The house prefers its privacy." She drove away in her pickup truck, the sound of the engine fading quickly into the dense wall of trees. I stood on the porch for a long time after she left, listening to the wind move through the pines. It was the first true quiet I'd experienced in months. No traffic hum, no neighbor's television bleeding through walls, no refrigerator cycling on and off, just wind and the occasional call of a distant bird. For the first time since signing the divorce papers, I felt my shoulders relax. That first night, I slept deeply for the first time in months, No nightmares, no fragmented anxieties about retracted papers or failed relationships, just pure dreamless sleep. I woke at dawn feeling refreshed, almost hopeful. I made coffee on the stove and sat by the window, watching the town come alive below. Shopkeepers unlocked their doors. Children walked to school. Normal life continuing in its ordinary rhythm. But as I sipped my coffee, I noticed something strange. The steam rising from my mug wasn't dissipating normally. It was coalescing into shapes, faint, ephemeral forms that resolved into recognizable images before vanishing. A child's face, a burning house, a figure standing at the edge of the woods. Each image lasted only a second before dissolving back into ordinary steam. I told myself it was sleep deprivation playing tricks on my vision, but the images felt too specific, too detailed to be random neural noise. That afternoon, while unpacking my books, I found a notebook I didn't remember packing. It was bound in deep burgundy leather, completely blank, except for a single symbol embossed on the spine, a spiral with intersecting lines that hurt to look at directly. I opened it to the first page, blank. I flipped through the entire book. Every page was pristine white, no text, no markings, nothing. Yet when I set it on the table and turned away to hang a shirt in the closet, I heard it, the soft rustle of pages turning. I spun around. The notebook lay exactly as I'd left it, but when I picked it up, the pages felt warm, almost alive. That night, I dreamed of the woods behind the house. In the dream, I was walking the same path I'd taken during my evening walks, but the trees were closer together, their branches twisted into impossible shapes. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something sweetly rotten. And the walls of the house, I could feel them behind me, not as physical structures, but as presences, watching, listening, recording every step I took. I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of whispering, not from outside the room, not from the hallway. The whispers came from the walls themselves, faint, overlapping voices speaking in languages I didn't recognize, yet somehow understood. They weren't words so much as impressions. Stay, listen, remember. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering. The room was dark except for the faint glow of moonlight through the window. I held my breath, straining to hear. The whispers continued, a chorus of voices layered over each other, some ancient, some childlike, all filled with a desperate urgency. "He's coming back," one voice whispered. "The dreamer returns," another sighed. "This time he'll stay," a third promised. I threw on a jacket and fled downstairs, bursting into Eleanor's apothecary without knocking. She was grinding herbs at her workbench, mortar and pestle moving in slow, rhythmic circles. "It's happening again," I gasped, my voice raw. "The walls, they're whispering. The dreams, they're bleeding through." She didn't look up from her work. "How many nights?" she asked softly. "Just one, but the notebook. I found a notebook I didn't pack, and the steam from my coffee, it formed images." She set down the pestle and finally turned to face me. Her expression wasn't surprise or concern. It was resignation, deep, weary resignation. "Then we have until the third night," she said quietly. "That's when the walls stop listening and start speaking." "What is it? What's happening?" She gestured to two stools beside her workbench. We sat. For a long time, she simply stared at her hands, those delicate hands that moved with such care among fragile herbs. Finally, she spoke. In 1898, my great-grandmother was a dreamwalker. She believed that dreams weren't just neurological noise, but actual places, realms that existed alongside our own, separated only by the thinnest veil of consciousness. She built this house as a bridge between worlds, using materials infused with dream energy, bricks fired in moonlight, mortar mixed with ground dream root, wood harvested from trees that grew where lightning had struck. Eleanor's voice remained steady, but her knuckles whitened where she gripped her knees. The house worked too well. It didn't just bridge the dream world and the waking world, it fused them. Past residents began experiencing bleed-through, dream objects appearing in their rooms, waking memories intruding on their sleep. Some never fully woke up again. She looked up, her eyes ancient in the lamplight. The entity doesn't want to hurt us. It wants to communicate, to experience the physical world through our senses, our voices, our hands. It sees human consciousness as a doorway. And every few decades, when the planetary alignments match that first night in 1898, the house chooses a new dreamer, a new bridge. I thought of the symbols in the steam, the voices in the walls. It's not just dreams bleeding through, it's something else, something that comes through. Eleanor's gaze dropped to the floor. My great-grandmother went mad after that first year. She spent the rest of her life trying to contain the bleed-through, to build barriers of herbs and incantations to hold the worlds apart. But she didn't understand what she'd truly done. She hadn't built a bridge. She'd torn a hole. And the entity, it doesn't just want to visit. It wants to stay. She stood and walked to a cabinet against the far wall. From a locked drawer, she withdrew a leather-bound journal, its pages brittle with age. She opened it to a sketch, a detailed drawing of the house, with annotations in a tight, precise hand. But in the margin, another drawing, a formless shape with too many angles, surrounded by the words, "It watches from the between places. It hungers for sequential time." The entity doesn't want to hurt us, Eleanor said, closing the journal. It wants to consume us, to unravel our moments and experience them all at once. Birth and death simultaneous, joy and grief indistinguishable. It sees linear time as a feast, and every time the house chooses a dreamer, it gets a taste. We sat in silence for a long time. Outside, the town carried on, oblivious. A car passed. Someone laughed on the sidewalk. Normal life continuing just yards from the unraveling of reality itself. How do we stop it? I finally asked. We don't stop it, Eleanor said softly. We survive it. The bleed-through lasts exactly 3 nights. During those nights, the entity can speak through the walls, show you visions in steam and shadow, pull fragments of your dreams into waking reality. But it can't cross completely unless you invite it, unless you acknowledge it directly. She fixed me with a piercing gaze. Don't read the notebook. Don't follow the whispers. Don't answer when it calls your name. Most importantly, don't look at your reflection in the window when you hear the walls speaking. Whatever you see in the glass, it isn't you. She stood and took my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Go upstairs. Lock the door. Sit with your back to the west wall, the one that faces the woods. Keep your eyes on your own hands, on real, solid things. When the 3rd night ends at dawn, close your eyes and count to 60. Don't open them until the sun is fully risen. If you do these things, you'll survive the bleed-through. You'll wake tomorrow to a world where none of this ever happened. She released my arm and turned back to her workbench. I'll be here, downstairs. If you hear me call your name, don't answer. It won't be me. I climbed the stairs on legs of lead. The apartment felt different now, charged, expectant. The walls seemed to pulse with a faint inner rhythm like a heartbeat. I positioned myself on the bed with my back to the west wall, my hands clenched in my lap. 4:23 a.m., according to my phone. Dawn would come in less than 2 hours. The first whisper came at 4:37 a.m., not in my ears, in my mind. A voice that was mine and not mine, speaking in that guttural, impossible language, but this time I understood it. Not the words, but the intent. It was hungry. It wanted more than just my dreams. It wanted my memories, my experiences, my life. Let me see through your eyes, it coaxed in my own thoughts. Let me feel the sun on your skin. Let me taste your coffee. Just for a moment, I pressed my eyelids tighter together, gripped my hands until my knuckles ached. You are alone. Here, it whispered, no one understands your shame, your failure. But I do. I have been alone longer than you can imagine. Let me share your solitude. Tears leaked from the corners of my eyes. It knew. It knew the precise shape of my regret, the depth of my isolation. How could it know? Your research was right, it hissed, its tone shifting from coaxing to venomous. Dreams can be dangerous, because dreams are power, and I am the oldest dream, the first nightmare, the last silence. Let me in. Let me show you what you've been searching for all your life. Images flooded my mind, not memories, but perfect, painful reconstructions. My triumphant moment defending my dissertation, dissolving into the shame of its retraction. Sarah's smile on our wedding day, merging with the coldness in her eyes when she left. The respect of my colleagues collapses into their silent judgment. Each image accompanied by a fresh wave of that impossible hunger. The walls groaned softly, a sound like plaster cracking, though no visible damage appeared. The burgundy notebook slid forward on the table as if pushed by an invisible hand. Turn around, the voice urged. Take the notebook, read the words, speak them, become more than you are. My neck muscles ached with the effort of keeping my head forward. Every fiber of my being screamed to turn, to look, to confront the truth of my own failure. The presence in the room grew stronger. I could feel it pressing against me from all sides, cold and heavy and hungry. Something brushed against my shoulder, not a hand, not anything with fingers, but a pressure, a weight, like a heavy cloth settling over me. You came here running from one failure, it whispered, but you've been running from another your entire life. The failure to be extraordinary, to matter. I can fix that. I can make you matter. With a sob tearing from my throat, I wrenched my head to the side, not toward the west wall, but toward the dormer window. A mistake, a catastrophic error. Reflected in the dark glass was a room behind me, and in that reflection I saw it. Not a monster, not a demon, but a version of myself, older, gaunt, eyes hollowed by decades of possession, standing beside the west wall. And between us, woven from shifting shadows, stood the entity. It had no fixed form, but suggested height and impossible angles, a presence that hurt to look at directly, and it was reaching for me, not with hands, but with tendrils of distorted dream stuff itself, unraveling the moments of my life as it drew them into its formless body. I saw flashes within those tendrils, my first word dissolving into my father's funeral, my wedding vows merging with Sarah's departure, the triumphant moment of my first published paper collapsing into the shame of its retraction. All moments becoming one moment, all time becoming no time. The reflection me turned its head and looked directly at me through the glass. Its lips moved. "Let go," it mouthed. "It's easier this way." I tore my gaze from the window and slammed my eyes shut again, curling into a ball on the bed. My hands clutched against my chest like holy relics. 5:48 a.m., 12 minutes until dawn. The entity didn't speak again. It didn't need to. It simply waited, its cold presence seeping into my bones, its hunger a physical pressure against my mind. I felt dreams stretching around me, nightmares elongating into screams, pleasant dreams compressing into sighs. I relived my entire life in fractured flashes, learning to speak, my first kiss, the moment I knew I loved Sarah, the moment I knew I'd lost her. All of it happening at once, all of it real, all of it mine to lose. At 5:58 a.m., the first light touched the east window. I counted slowly to 60 as Eleanor had instructed, my entire body rigid with terror. When I opened my eyes, dawn light filtered through the dormer window. My phone read 6:03 a.m. I turned slowly, dreading what I might see. The walls stood silent in the morning light, their surface smooth and unblemished. The room was empty. The shadows were just shadows. The air smelled of dust and old herbs and morning. I descended the stairs on trembling legs. The apothecary below was empty. Eleanor's stool sat pushed back from the workbench. Her mortar and pestle lay beside a half-ground mixture of herbs. But she was gone. On the workbench, next to her tools, lay a single sheet of paper. I picked it up with numb fingers. The bleed-through is sealed for another generation. I chose to stay on the other side, to keep watch from within the scar. Someone must tend the house, even broken, specially broken. Don't mourn me. I am where I need to be. And you must leave this town today. The entity knows your taste now. It will remember. Go somewhere with no walls, somewhere dreams move carelessly, and never ever trust a whisper you hear in your own voice again. Beneath the note lay a small brass key, the same key Eleanor had used to lock the display cases. I slipped it into my pocket without thinking. I packed my bags in 20 minutes. Didn't shower, didn't eat, just stuffed clothes into suitcases and carried them to my car. As I drove away from Blackwater Falls, I watched the town recede in my rearview mirror. The apothecary's windows were dark. No one stood in the doorway to watch me leave. I've been on the road for 3 days now. I avoid towns with old buildings. I keep my notebooks locked in the trunk. I sleep in motel rooms with no mirrors, drawing the curtains against the sun so I won't know whether it's morning or evening. But last night, in a roadside motel outside Boise, I woke at precisely 3:17 a.m., and from somewhere far away, perhaps from the valley between mountains, perhaps from the space between heartbeats, I heard it. A single, guttural whisper, spoken in my own voice. I pulled the pillow over my head and counted my own breaths until dawn. When I finally dared to look at my phone, the time read 3:18 a.m., but the digital clock on the microwave across the room glowed with a different number, 4:32 a.m. And this morning, when I checked out, the clerk smiled pleasantly and said, "Have a nice day, sir. Beautiful weather for a Tuesday." I didn't correct him. I didn't tell him it's Wednesday. Because as I drove away from that motel, I glanced at my phone's calendar feature, and it agreed with him. It's Tuesday. It's been Tuesday for 38 hours now, and in the rearview mirror, just beyond the edge of sight, the walls between telephone poles seem to linger a moment too long, to hold a shape that shouldn't be there, to watch me drive through a day that refuses to end. I don't know how much time I have left. I don't know if time even means anything anymore, but I keep driving, eastward, away from the mountains, away from the valley, away from the walls that listen and the dreams that bleed. But sometimes, when I'm tired, when the road stretches endlessly before me, I catch myself forming words in my mouth. Words I don't understand, words that feel ancient and hungry and true. And in those moments, I roll down the window and let the wind steal them before I can speak them aloud. Because I know with a certainty that bypasses rational thought that if I ever speak them, if I ever give voice to that impossible language again, something will answer. And this time, it won't ask politely to borrow my voice. This time, it will take it. This is where the story ends. Let's continue with the next, the Night Auditor. I'm writing this to warn anyone who is thinking about taking a job just because it pays cash and asks no questions. I was 22 years old, living in my car, and I had exactly $4 to my name. I found the job on a bulletin board in a laundromat. It was a handwritten index card that just said, Night Shift Motel Clerk, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., $15 an hour, cash. Apply at the Pines Motel. The Pines Motel was about 20 miles outside of town on a stretch of highway that truckers only used to avoid the way station. It was one of those L-shaped buildings from the 1970s with doors that faced the parking lot and a pool that had been filled with concrete years ago. The neon sign out front flickered, buzzing like an angry hornet, and the P was burnt out, so it just said, the Irons Motel. I walked into the lobby. It smelled like stale cigarette smoke and lemon pledge. The manager was a guy named Earl. He was missing 2 fingers on his left hand and looked like he hadn't slept in a week. "You got a car?" Earl asked me. "Yes," I said. "You scared of the dark?" "No." "You got a problem with silence?" "No." He threw a set of keys on the counter. "You're hired. Don't let the junkies sleep in the lobby. Don't give refunds after 15 minutes. And the most important rule, do not open the lobby doors between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I don't care if the Pope is out there knocking. You keep them locked, understand?" I thought it was weird, but I nodded. "Sure. Why?" Earl didn't look at me. He just started counting cash from the register. "Because that's the quiet hour. We like to keep it quiet." He left me there. The first week was boring. I sat behind the bulletproof glass, watched Netflix on my phone, and checked in the occasional truck driver or tired couple. I did the laundry in the back room. Sheets, towels, pillowcases. The machines were loud, rhythmic. Thump, swish, thump, swish. It was hypnotic. I got used to the sounds of the motel. The ice machine down the hall that groaned every hour, the vending machine that hummed, the traffic on the highway, which usually died down around 1 o'clock a.m. But then the second week started, and I learned why the pay was so good. It was Tuesday, 3:15 a.m. I was reading a magazine, fighting to stay awake. The lobby doors were locked, just like Earl said. The lights in the parking lot were dim, casting long orange shadows across the asphalt. Knock, knock, knock. It was a polite knock. Soft. 3 distinct taps on the glass of the front door. I looked up. Standing outside was an old woman. She looked harmless. She was wearing a pink nightgown and holding a purse. She looked confused. I reached for the button under the counter to buzz the door open. It was instinct. A sweet old lady needing help. Then I remembered Earl's rule. Do not open the doors between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I hesitated. I leaned into the microphone that let me talk through the speaker outside. "Can I help you, ma'am?" I asked. The woman smiled. It was a nice smile at first. "I forgot my key, sweetie. I'm in room 12. Can you let me in so I can get a spare?" I checked the computer. Room 12 was empty. We hadn't rented it out in 3 days because the AC unit was broken. "Ma'am, room 12 is vacant," I said, my voice shaking a little. Her smile didn't change. It didn't drop. It didn't twitch. It stayed frozen. "No, sweetie, I'm in room 12. My husband is waiting. It's cold out here. Please open the door." "I can't do that," I said. "I can call the police if you're lost." The moment I said, "police," her face changed. It didn't turn angry. It just stopped looking human. Her eyes went wide, too wide, like she was forcing her eyelids open with invisible fingers. Her jaw went slack. "Open the door," she said. Her voice wasn't an old woman's voice anymore. It was flat, monotone. "Open the door, open the door, open the door." I backed away from the glass. I went into the back office and watched her on the security monitor. On the screen, the parking lot was empty. I looked through the glass again. She was standing right there. I looked at the monitor. Empty. I sat in the corner of the office until the sun came up. When 4 a.m. hit, I looked out. She was gone. I told Earl about it the next night when he came to relieve me. "Yeah," Earl said, drinking his coffee. "That's Mrs. Gable. She died in room 12 in 1998. Heart attack. She tries to get in sometimes. Good job keeping the door locked." He said it so casually, like he was talking about the weather. I needed the money, so I stayed. I told myself it was a hallucination from lack of sleep. 2 nights later, it happened again. 3:30 a.m. Bang, bang, bang. This time, it wasn't polite. Someone was hammering on the glass. I looked up. It was a man in a police uniform. He looked frantic. He had blood on his forehead. "Open up," he screamed. "There's been an accident. I need to use the phone. My radio is dead." My heart hammered in my chest. A cop. An injured cop. I had to help him. I stood up and reached for the buzzer. Then I saw his badge. It was blank. Just a piece of shiny metal. No numbers. No name. I looked at his police car in the parking lot. There wasn't one. He had just appeared. "Where is your car, officer?" I asked through the speaker. He stopped banging. He stared at me. His eyes were black, not dark brown. Black. No whites. "The car's down the road," he said. His voice was smooth, too smooth, like a radio DJ. "Just open the door, kid. Don't you want to be a hero?" "I'm calling 911, I said. He laughed. It was a terrible sound. It sounded like metal grinding on metal. "The lines are down, kid. You know they are." I picked up the lobby phone. Dead tone. I looked back at the door. The cop was pressing his face against the glass. His nose was squashed flat. He was licking the glass. A long gray tongue slid up the pane, leaving a smear of slime. "Let me in," he whispered. "I'm so hungry." I ran to the back room and locked myself in the laundry closet. I sat on a pile of dirty towels and covered my ears. I could hear him banging on the glass for an hour. Bang, bang, bang. "Open up! Open up!" Then, At 4:01 a.m., silence. I came out. The glass was smeared with grease, but there was no one there. I started looking for another job that morning, but I couldn't find one. I was stuck. The final straw happened on my last night. It was raining. A heavy thunderstorm rain that shook the windows. I was prepared. I had headphones. I had my back to the door. I was going to ignore everything until 4 a.m. At 3:15 a.m., the phone behind the desk rang. Not the lobby phone, the internal phone, the one that guests used to call the front desk. I looked at the caller ID. Room 109. Room 109 was at the far end of the lot. It was the storage room. Earl kept old mattresses and broken lamps in there. It didn't even have a bed. It was locked from the outside with a padlock. I let it ring, 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 ring. It wouldn't stop. Finally, I picked it up. Front desk. He's in here, a voice whispered. It was my voice. I froze. What? He's in here with me. My voice whispered back to me through the phone. He's hiding behind the mattresses. He's waiting for you to come check the room. I slammed the phone down. Then I saw movement on the security cameras. Monitor 4 showed the walkway outside room 109. The door to room 109 was open. I knew I had locked it. Earl had the only key. I watched the screen. Something was crawling out of the room. It looked like a spider, but it was the size of a man. It had too many limbs. It was naked, pale, and hairless. It crawled along the concrete walkway, moving jerky and fast. It crawled up the wall and onto the roof. It was heading toward the lobby. I heard the sound of footsteps on the roof above my head. Thump, thump, thump. Dust fell from the ceiling tiles. I grabbed the master. Keys. I grabbed my backpack. I didn't care about the money anymore. I ran for the back exit, the door that led to the alley behind the motel. I pushed the crash bar. It didn't move. It was chained shut from the outside. I panicked. I turned around. The ceiling tiles in the lobby were lifting up. A pale, long hand reached down. Fingers that were 6 inches long grasped the edge of the tile. I ran to the front doors, the glass doors. It was 3:45 a.m. I didn't care. I hit the unlock button. I pushed the doors open. The cool night air hit my face. I ran into the parking lot. "Hey!" a voice yelled. I screamed and spun around, raising my fists. It was a trucker, a big guy in a flannel shirt. He was standing by his rig, smoking a cigarette. He looked at me like I was crazy. "You okay, son?" he asked. I looked back at the motel. The lobby was empty. The ceiling tiles were in place. The door to room 109 was closed and padlocked. I need a ride," I gasped. "Please, just get me away from here." The trucker looked at my shaking hands. "Hop in. I'm heading to Phoenix." I got in that truck, and I never went back for my car. I left my clothes, my phone charger, and my $4 in the glove box. I called Earl from a payphone in Arizona 2 days later. "I quit," I said. Earl didn't sound surprised. "Okay, you made it longer than the last guy." "Earl," I asked, my voice trembling, "what is in room 109? There was a long silence. "We don't have a room 109, Earl said. "The numbers jump from 108 to 110. Bad luck number." "I saw it," I said. "I got a call from it." "Son," Earl whispered, and for the first time, he sounded scared. "If you answered that call, you need to keep moving. Don't stay in one place for more than 2 nights. It tracks the signal." He hung up. That was 6 months ago. I live in motels now, different ones every night. I pay cash. I never give my real name. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed in a Motel 6 or a Super 8. The room phone rings. I never answer it, but I can see the light blinking, and if I listen closely through the thin walls, I can hear a scratching sound coming from the ceiling, like long, pale fingernails dragging across the drywall. And then I hear my own voice whispering from the ventilation vent, "Open the door. It's quiet time." I pack my bag, I climb out the window, and I run. I don't know how long I can keep running. I'm so tired. But I know one thing for sure. I am never, ever taking a night shift job again. As this story comes to rest, a new whisper begins. Time skips in my house, and everyone pretends not to notice. I bought the house on Sycamore Lane because it was the only one I could afford after the divorce. A 2-story clapboard with peeling white paint, sagging gutters, and a wraparound porch that groaned like a dying thing. The realtor, a woman named Brenda with 2 red lipstick and eyes that never quite met mine, handed me the keys with a tight smile. "It's got character," she'd said, avoiding the water stain blooming across the living room ceiling like a bruise. "And a price. Well, let's just say the previous owner was eager to move on." She didn't mention why. I didn't ask. The mortgage was manageable. The silence after Sarah left was not. I needed walls. Any walls. Moving in was chaos. Boxes stacked to the ceilings, dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light, the smell of mildew thick in the air. I started in the kitchen, unpacking mismatched plates, the cheap silverware set from the thrift store. I placed my favorite mug, chipped blue ceramic, a souvenir from a hiking trip with Sarah years ago, on the counter beside the sink. I turned to grab a box labeled pans from the hallway. The trip took maybe 15 seconds. When I turned back, the mug was gone. Not knocked over, not shattered on the floor, simply gone. Vanished. I checked under boxes, inside cabinets, even the trash can. Nothing. I chalked it up to exhaustion, stress, the blur of moving. I made a fresh pot of coffee in a different mug, the cheap plastic one, and tried to forget it. That night, the first skip happened. I was lying in the unfamiliar bed in the master bedroom, the mattress thin and lumpy beneath me. The house settled around me with pops and creaks, old timber contracting in the cool night air. I stared at the ceiling, listening to the silence where Sarah's breathing should have been. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed 2:17 a.m. I closed my eyes, willing sleep to come. Then, nothing. I opened my eyes. The room was the same, but the clock now read 3:49 a.m. 1 hour and 32 minutes gone, erased, like a film reel with frames cut out. My body felt stiff, as if I'd been lying perfectly still for hours, but my mind held no memory of those missing minutes. No dreams, no awareness. Just a smooth, seamless cut from 2:17 to 3:49. A cold sweat prickled my scalp. I sat up, heart pounding. I checked the window. The moon was in the same position, casting the same silver rectangle on the worn rug. No storm. No power outage that could explain a clock glitch. I shook the clock. The numbers stayed stubbornly at 3:49. I touched my own face. Cold. Real. The missing time felt like a phantom limb, a space where something vital should have been but wasn't. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in the armchair by the window, watching the slow creep of dawn, jumping at every house groan, waiting for the seconds to vanish again. The next morning, over bitter coffee in the plastic mug, I mentioned it to Mrs. Gable. the elderly neighbor who'd brought over a welcome casserole. She lived next door in a pristine, lace-curtained bungalow. Her garden was immaculate, her white hair always neatly pinned. I found her weeding her roses, the scent thick and cloying in the warm air. "Mrs. Gable, strange thing happened last night. Woke up and over an hour it just disappeared. Clock jumped from 2:17 to almost 4 a.m. She didn't look up, her trowel digging methodically into the soft earth. "Time plays tricks when you're alone in a new place, dear. Grief does that. Makes the hours stretch and snap like old elastic." She finally glanced at me, her pale blue eyes sharp behind wire-rimmed glasses. "You must be exhausted. That casserole has chicken. Good for the nerves." "It wasn't grief," I insisted, my voice tighter than I meant it to be. "It was like a gap, a hole in time." She patted the soil around a rose bush. "With finality. This old neighborhood has its quirks. Houses breathe. Pipes knock. Clocks get temperamental. Pay it no mind. Focus on unpacking. Makes a place feel like home." She turned back to her roses, effectively ending the conversation. Her dismissal was absolute. A wall. I felt foolish. Maybe she was right. Grief and stress. I was still raw, but the skips kept happening, not just at night. I was hanging a picture in the hallway, a landscape print, meaningless, but better than bare plaster. I hammered the nail. It went in crooked. I muttered a curse, set the hammer down on the floorboard beside me, and turned to grab the level from my toolbox 3 feet away. I turned back. The hammer was gone. The nail was perfectly straight. The picture hung centered on the wall. My hands were empty. My pulse hammered in my throat. I looked at my watch. 10:03 a.m. I was sure it had been 9:58 when I started. 5 minutes. Erased. The hammer sat neatly on the workbench across the room, where I hadn't placed it. I touched the picture frame, cold glass, real. The nail held firm. I backed away slowly, the hallway suddenly feeling too narrow, the wallpaper pattern swimming. Panic made me call my best friend, Mark. He came over that evening, skeptical, but concerned. I poured us beers on the sagging porch, the setting sun painting the peeling paint in bloody hues. I told him everything. The missing mug, the vanished hour, the hammer, the 5 minutes lost. He listened quietly, swirling his beer. "Dude," he finally said, not unkindly, "you've been through hell, divorce, moving, this creepy-ass house. Your brain's on overload. Sleep deprivation does wild things. Time distortion is totally documented. It's not supernatural. It's neuroscience." He clapped me on the shoulder. "Get some proper sleep. Maybe see a doc about the stress. This place—" He glanced at the dark windows of the house. "It's getting to you. Needs new paint, for starters." I wanted to believe him, desperately. But later, as we'd stood in the kitchen grabbing more beers, it happened again. Mark was mid-sentence. "And Brenda said the roof was new last year, but it looks pretty rotted to me." He reached for the fridge handle. I saw his hand close on the cold metal. Then, nothing. I blinked. Mark was already walking out of the kitchen, 2 beers in hand, continuing his sentence as if there'd been no break. "So, I'd get it checked before winter." He handed me a beer. "You okay? You zoned out for a sec." "Mark," I said, my voice low and urgent, "what were you saying before you opened the fridge?" He frowned. "Huh? I was saying the roof looks rotted. Why?" "You were talking about Brenda and the roof. You reached for the handle, and then you were just walking away with the beers like a jump cut." He laughed, but it was strained. Whoa, heavy. No, man. I opened it, grabbed the beers, turned. Around. You must have spaced out. Seriously, you look pale. Maybe sit down. I didn't sit down. I watched him, watched the room, watched the clock on the stove. 7:14 p.m. We moved to the living room. Mark kept talking, trying to lighten the mood, but his eyes kept flicking to me with concern. I felt the tension coil in my gut. The house felt watchful. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper. I focused on the grandfather clock in the hallway. A hulking, dark wood thing I hadn't even unpacked yet, still draped in a dusty sheet. Its pendulum was motionless. Mark paused mid-sentence about his new job. You're not listening. You're staring at that sheet. I'm waiting, I whispered. For what? For it to skip. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Look, I get it. You're freaked, but this isn't healthy. You need... His voice cut off. Not abruptly, it just stopped. Like a tape recorder clicking off. Mark was frozen. His hand was raised, gesturing. His mouth was slightly open. His eyes were fixed on a point just over my shoulder, unblinking, utterly still. Not sleeping, not breathing. Frozen. I shot to my feet. Mark! Mark! I waved a hand in front of his face. No reaction. His skin felt cool to the touch. I checked his wrist. No pulse. Panic seized me. I shook him. Mark! Nothing. I ran to the window, yanking back the curtain. Dusk was deepening. Mrs. Gable was on her porch next door, watering her geraniums. I banged on the window. Help! Call 911. My friend is collapsed. She looked up, her watering can pausing. She saw me, wild-eyed, and gave a small placid wave, smiled, turned back to her flowers, ignored me completely. I screamed her name until my throat was raw. She didn't turn. It was like I was behind soundproof glass. I ran back to Mark. Still frozen. The grandfather clock in the hallway, its sheet was gone. The clock stood exposed. The pendulum wasn't swinging. But the hands were spinning, blurring. Round and round the face like a demented carousel, tick, 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 accelerating into a high-pitched whine. The air vibrated. Dust motes hung suspended in the beams of fading light. The house groaned, a deep, resonant sound from its bones. Then silence. The hands stopped. 8:02 p.m. The pendulum gave one slow, heavy tock. Mark gasped. He stumbled back, dropping his beer bottle. It shattered on the floor. Jesus, what the hell? He looked around wildly, rubbing his chest. I felt dizzy, like I blacked out for a second. Are you okay? You look like you saw a ghost. He didn't remember being frozen, didn't remember the spinning clock. He saw the broken glass, my terrified face, and assumed I'd had another episode. He left soon after, making excuses about an early start tomorrow, his concern now edged with something else. Fear, not of a house. Of me. The truth settled over me like cold ash. It wasn't just me. The house stole time, and everyone around me, Mrs. Gable, Mark, Brenda the realtor, they all knew. They just pretended not to, for their own peace of mind, or because acknowledging it gave it power. The house demanded silence. It fed on the unspoken. The skips became more frequent, more invasive. I'd be washing a plate, soap suds on my hands, and suddenly I'd be standing in the living room holding a book I hadn't picked up. The plate clean and dry in the drainer. An hour vanished. I'd wake up on a couch fully clothed, the TV static hissing, no memory of falling asleep, the clock showing 5:17 a.m. Once, I was standing in the shower, water hot on my back, when the world glitched. I was suddenly sitting at the kitchen table in dry pajamas, a cold cup of tea in front of me, the digital clock reading 4:44 a.m. The steam from the shower still clung to my skin. The smell of shampoo was in my hair. But the bathroom was dry, silent. The shower hadn't been running. I started documenting it, a notebook on the kitchen counter. I'd write the exact time before I did something mundane. 9:03 a.m., making coffee. Then, after the skip, I'd write what I found. 9:18 a.m., coffee made, mug full, stove cold, no memory of pouring it. The gaps grew longer, 10 minutes, 20, an hour. The entries became frantic scribbles. 3:17 p.m., opening front door to take out trash, skip. 4:02 p.m., standing in backyard. Trash can is full, garbage bag is tied, hands are dirty, no memory of walking outside. 11:49 p.m., reading in bed, skip. 1:33 a.m., standing in a hallway, light on, door to basement is open, basement is dark. Door was closed and locked before. The basement door. It was always locked. A heavy bolt I'd installed after finding the original lock broken. I never went down there. The realtor had been vague about it. Storage space, damp, best left alone. But after that skip, the bolt was undone. The door stood ajar, revealing only impenetrable blackness and the smell of wet earth. I didn't go down. I slammed the door shut, threw the bolt, and dragged a heavy chest of drawers in front of it. My hands shook. Mrs. Gable noticed the chest. She came over the next day with a just-baked loaf of banana bread, her smile too wide, too fixed. "Everything all right, dear? That's quite the barricade." She nodded at the chest blocking the basement door. "The lock's broken," I said flatly, not taking the bread. "And the skips, they're getting worse. Longer. I saw Mark freeze. The clock spun. You saw me banging on the window. You saw." Her smile didn't waver, but her eyes hardened like chips of ice. She set the bread down on the counter with precise care. "You need rest, real rest. This house, it's old. It holds on to things, sad things, angry things. It echoes, but it doesn't take anything. Time is precious, dear. Don't let your grief steal it from you." She patted my arm. Her hand was cold. "Eat the bread. It's good for you." She left without another word. The bread sat on the counter. I threw it away. It smelled faintly of dust and something sweetly rotten. The final skip happened on a Tuesday. Rain lashed the windows, turning the world gray and blurred. I was in the kitchen, trying to make soup, chopping vegetables. The rhythmic thwack of the knife on the cutting board was soothing. 2:17 p.m. I remember thinking how the rain sounded like static. I lifted the knife for another chop. Silence, not the absence of sound. A thick silence, heavy, pressed down, like diving deep underwater. I was no longer in the kitchen. I stood on the porch. The rain had stopped. The sky was a clear, hard blue. Late afternoon sun warmed the peeling paint of the railing. It was silent, not peaceful. Empty. No birds, no distant traffic, no wind in the leaves of the ancient sycamore tree at the edge of the yard. Just absolute, watchful stillness. The air smelled clean, sharp, wrong. I turned. The house looked different. The peeling paint was fresh. The sagging porch didn't sag. The windows gleamed. It looked lived in, loved, happy. But the silence was suffocating. I walked down the porch steps. The grass was neatly trimmed. Mrs. Gable's garden next door was overgrown weeds and dead flowers. Her white picket fence was broken in one section. Her bungalow looked abandoned, windows dark, paint peeling worse than mine ever did. I walked to the sidewalk. The street was empty. No cars, no people. Mailboxes stood crookedly. One lay on its side. A child's red tricycle lay abandoned on a lawn, half buried in tall grass. The world was frozen in a moment of abrupt abandonment. And a silence? It hummed, a low, almost subsonic vibration in the bones of earth. In my bones? I looked back at my house, my new house. The front door stood open, warm golden light spilled out onto the porch. The smell of baking bread, real bread, yeasty and warm, drifted to me. Laughter, soft, muffled laughter from inside. A woman's voice, warm and familiar, singing off-key. Sarah's voice. My breath caught. Hope, sharp and painful, lanced through me. I took a step towards the door, then another. The laughter swelled. I could almost see her in the doorway. The golden light beckoned. All the loneliness, the grief, the fractured time. It could end. I could step back into the life that was stolen. I reached the bottom step. The humming silence deepened. The golden light from the doorway flickered. For a fraction of a second, it wasn't warm light. It was the sickly yellow glow of a bare bulb in a damp basement. The laughter turned brittle, high-pitched. Not Sarah's voice. Something mimicking it. Something hollow. I stopped. My foot hovered over the bottom step. The open door wasn't an invitation. It was a maw. The house wasn't giving back time. It was offering to replace it, to replace Mimo, to fill the gaps it carved with something wearing my skin, humming a stolen song, living a stolen life in the stolen moments. The laughter cut off abruptly. The golden light winked out. The house stood dark and silent again, just an empty shell under the too bright sun. The silence pressed in, heavier than before, waiting. I didn't go inside. I turned and walked down the empty street, past Mrs. Gable's overgrown lot, past houses with dark windows and unmown lawns. I walked until my legs ached. The sun didn't move. The sky stayed that hard, empty blue. The silence didn't break. There were no skips here, only the endless humming now. When I finally turned back, exhausted, the street was different. Rain fell heavily, just as it had when I chopped the vegetables. My house looked old again, peeling paint, sagging porch. The front door was closed, locked. I let myself in. The kitchen was exactly as I'd left it, knife in my hand, carrot half chopped on the board, steam rising from the pot on the stove. The digital clock on the microwave read 2:18 p.m., 1 minute. That's all the house gave me back. 1 minute stolen from a frozen afternoon that never was. I put the knife down, washed my hands slowly. The water from the tap was cold, real. I made the soup, ate it alone at the small kitchen table. The silence of the house was different now, not watchful. Satisfied. The skips didn't happen that night or the next. The house had taken what it needed, a taste, a promise. Mrs. Gable came by the following morning. Her garden was immaculate again, her bungalow pristine. Her smile was warm, genuine. "Slept well, dear? You look better." She didn't ask about the chest blocking the basement door. It was gone. I hadn't moved it. The bolt on the basement door was intact, locked tight. I didn't tell her about the frozen street, the golden light, the stolen laughter. I just smiled back. "Yes," I said, my voice calm. "I slept fine." She patted my arm. "Good. This house, it just needs someone to care for it, to belong here." She left, humming a little tune I didn't recognize. I stood on the porch, watching her walk back to her perfect garden. The sycamore tree rustled in a breeze I couldn't feel. The air smelled of wet earth and something else, something old, waiting. I looked at my watch. 10:03 a.m. I closed my eyes, felt the familiar tug, the smooth, seamless cut. Not fear this time. Resignation, acceptance. The house needed its rhythms, its pauses, its stolen breaths. When I opened my eyes, the watch read 10:17 a.m. 14 minutes gone. Erased. I didn't check the kitchen. I didn't need to. I knew the soup pot would be clean on the stove, the carrot would be diced, the house would be warm, quiet, mine. I walked inside, closed the door softly behind me. The silence welcomed me. The silence was me. I am learning to skip. And so, this story comes to an end. Let's start another. The hum of Sector 4. I am writing this manuscript by candlelight in a cabin that doesn't appear on any map. There is no electricity here. I severed the main line myself. I buried my phone in a lead box 10 miles south of here. I don't wear a digital watch. I don't use a calculator. I can't be near anything that processes data. If I hear the hum of a hard drive spinning up or the whir of a cooling fan, I start to bleed from my nose. If you are a systems administrator, a network engineer, or just some broke kid looking for a graveyard shift at a data center, listen to me. If you see a job posting for the facility near the limestone mines in Kansas, specifically for a thermal regulation specialist, do not apply. They will offer you $80,000 a year. They will offer you full benefits. They will tell you it's the easiest job in the world, just watching gauges and flipping switches. Do not sign the NDA. Do not take the elevator down. I was 28. I had a degree in HVAC repair and a mountain of medical debt from a car accident that wasn't my fault. I was working 3 jobs, sleeping 4 hours a night, and eating garbage. When the recruiter reached out to me on LinkedIn, I thought it was a scam. The pay was too high for a maintenance gig. The interview was held in a rented conference room at a Holiday Inn near the airport. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Giles, looked like a walking corpse. His skin was gray, his suit was too big for him, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. "The job is underground," Giles said, staring at the table, refusing to make eye contact. "It is a legacy server farm, subterranean cooling, very efficient, very loud." "I'm used to loud," I said. "I worked on industrial turbines." "No," Giles whispered. "Not that kind of loud. It is a drone, a constant low-frequency vibration. It affects people. We need someone with fortitude." "I have fortitude," I lied. "I just need the paycheck." He slid a contract across the table. It was thick. "Read the addendums, specifically regarding the phantom data clauses." I didn't read them. I just signed. I needed the money. The facility was located in the middle of a wheat field, marked only by a small concrete bunker and a massive ventilation tower that jutted out of the ground like a rusted obelisk. The security was tight. Biometric scanners, armed guards who didn't speak, and a decontamination shower before you even got to the elevator. The elevator ride down took 5 minutes. That's how deep it was. When the doors opened, the sound hit me. It wasn't a roar. It was a hum, a deep, resonant thrumming that I felt in my teeth before I heard it in my ears. It sounded like a choir of millions of bees, or the sound of the ocean if the ocean was made of electricity. The air was freezing cold, kept at a constant 60 degrees Fahrenheit, but it smelled of ozone, burnt copper, and something oddly organic, like wet soil. My supervisor was a man named Miller. Miller had been down there for 6 months. He wore heavy-duty earmuffs at all times. He didn't take them off when he shook my hand. He just motioned for me to follow him. The facility was a labyrinth. Endless corridors of black server racks, blinking with millions of tiny blue and green lights. The aisles stretched on for miles. It was a city of data. Miller led me to the control room. It was a glass-walled box suspended over the server floor. It was soundproofed, which was a mercy. "Take these," Miller said, handing me a pair of noise-canceling headphones. "Never take them off when you're on the floor. The frequency can cause hallucinations, paranoia, nausea. We call it the data sickness." "What are we storing here?" I asked, looking out at the ocean of blinking lights. "Is it government stuff? NSA?" Miller laughed. It was a dry, hacking sound. "Government? No. The government wishes they had this capacity. This is private, archival. We don't know who the clients are. We just keep it cold. That's the job. Keep it cold. If the temperature in any sector goes above 80 degrees, the servers start to bleed. Bleed. Metaphorically, Miller said quickly. They leak data, corrupt files. Just keep it cold. My shift was 6:00 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. For the first 2 weeks, it was easy. I sat in the control room, monitoring the thermal maps on the screens. If a rack got too hot, I'd grab the liquid nitrogen cart, go down to the specific aisle, and flush the coolant lines. But the isolation starts to get to you. The facility was divided into sectors. Sector 1 through 3 were standard, but Sector 4? Sector 4 was different. Sector 4 was the oldest part of the facility. The racks there weren't the sleek, black, modern ones. They were old, rusted metal towers, connected by thick bundles of cables that looked like black vines. The lights on them weren't blue or green. They were amber, a sickly, pulsing orange. I hated going into Sector 4. The hum was louder. There. Even through my headphones, I could hear it. It wasn't just a machine noise. It sounded like whispering. It started on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks into the job. I was in the control room eating a sandwich. Miller was asleep in his chair. He did that a lot. The thermal map for Sector 4 flashed red. Alert, rack 409B. Temp 98 F. It was spiking fast. "Miller," I said, nudging him. He grunted but didn't wake up. I grabbed a coolant kit and a keycard. "Fine, I'll do it myself." I left the soundproof booth and stepped onto the catwalk. The hum hit me instantly. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It vibrated my ribcage. I took the service elevator down to the floor of Sector 4. The air was colder here, almost freezing, yet the smell of ozone was overpowering. I walked down the aisle. The amber lights on the servers were blinking in unison. Blink, 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 like a heartbeat. I found rack 409B. It was vibrating violently. The metal casing was hot to the touch. I knelt down to access the coolant valve. I connected the hose and opened the valve to flush the system with liquid nitrogen. As the cold liquid hit the pipes, the server let out a sound. Screech! It sounded like a woman screaming. I jumped back, dropping the wrench. The sound didn't come from a speaker. It came from the machine itself, like the metal was grinding in agony. I looked around. "Hello? Is someone there?" The aisle was empty, just the endless rows of amber eyes watching me. I looked back at the server. The screen on the rack, which usually displayed diagnostic code, was scrolling text. But it wasn't code. It hurts. It burns. Make it stop. The cold doesn't help. Please! I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. "It's a glitch," I whispered. "Some hacker put a joke in the code." I finished the flush. The temperature dropped. The screaming stopped. The text vanished, replaced by a blinking cursor. I practically ran back to the control room. When I got back, Miller was awake. He was staring at the monitors, pale as a sheet. "Did you go to Sector 4? He asked. "Yeah, Rack 409B. "Did you read the screen?" "Yeah, it was weird text, a glitch." Miller turned to look at me. His eyes were wide, rimmed with red. "It's not a glitch, kid. That's the data." "What do you mean?" "I told you it was archival," Miller whispered. "But I didn't tell you what we're archiving. It's not emails. It's not bank records." "Then what is it?" Miller pointed to the floor. "It's consciousness, simulation. Some billionaire company in Silicon Valley. They figured out how to map the human brain. They're uploading people, dying people, rich people who want to live forever. They upload them here." I laughed nervously. "That's sci-fi crap, Miller. You're messing with me." "Is it?" Miller stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the millions of lights. "Why do you think it needs to be so cold? Why do you think it consumes so much power? We aren't storing files. We are running simulations, millions of them. But there's a problem." "What problem?" "The hardware," Miller said. "It's too old. It's degrading. The simulations. They aren't living in paradise. They're trapped in a digital void. They're corrupting. They're going insane. The heat is them screaming." I didn't believe him. I couldn't. It was too insane. I finished my shift in silence and went home, but I couldn't sleep. The hum was still in my ears. The next night, Miller wasn't there. I was alone in the facility. At midnight, the phone in the control room rang. It was the internal line. I picked it up. "Control. Help me." It was Miller's voice, but it sounded digital, compressed, full of static. "Miller, where are you? You didn't show up." "I'm in the stack." The voice glitched. "I wanted to see. I plugged in." "Miller, you're not making sense." "Sector 4, the voice shrieked. "Rack 001, the master node. Pull the plug." The line went dead. I sat there for 10 minutes, shaking. I checked the employee log. Miller had swiped in at 5 p.m. He hadn't swiped out. I pulled up the camera feed for Sector 4. At the very end of the main aisle, there was a massive server tower, the master node. Lying on the floor in front of it was a body. It was Miller. He was connected to the machine. A thick black cable was plugged into a port on the back of his neck, a port I hadn't noticed before, or maybe he had surgically installed it. No, it was simpler. He had wrapped the fiber optic cables around his head, taped them to his temples. I had to go down there. I grabbed the emergency axe from the wall. I don't know why. It just felt right. I took the elevator down. The hum was deafening tonight. It wasn't a choir of bees anymore. It was a roar, a cacophony of voices, millions of voices screaming, crying, begging, "Let us out. It's dark. Where is my body? The code is eating me." I walked through Sector 1, 2, 3. The lights were flickering violently. I entered Sector 4. The amber lights were gone. They were red, blood red. The temperature was rising. I could feel the heat radiating from the racks. 90 degrees, 100 degrees. I reached the end of the aisle. Miller was lying there. His eyes were open, burned out, just empty black sockets. His mouth was open in a silent scream. The cables taped to his head were pulsing with light. I knelt down to check his pulse. There was none. He was cold, But then the server next to him, the master node, lit up. The screen flared to life. A face appeared on the screen. It was a crude, low polygon rendering of a face. It was Miller's face. "It's beautiful in here," the text on the screen read. "And it is hell." "Miller?" I whispered. The face on the screen twisted. It opened its mouth. "We are hungry." The server rack lurched. It physically moved. I realized then that the cables on the floor weren't just cables. They were moving like snakes. They were slithering toward me. I swung the axe. Chop! I severed a bundle of cables. A sound erupted that shattered the glass of the server rack. A physical scream of pain. Blood, actual red human blood, sprayed from the severed cable. This wasn't just hardware, it was biomechanical. They were using organic matter to process the data. I turned to run. The aisle of Sector 4 changed. The racks were moving. They were sliding across the floor, closing the path, blocking my exit. They were forming a wall. I was trapped in the heat. "Join us!" The screens flashed in unison. "The flesh is weak. The data is eternal." I saw a vent grate on the floor. The subfloor cooling access. I dropped my knees and pried it open with the blade of the axe. A cable wrapped around my ankle. It was warm, pulsating. It tightened, crushing my boot. I hacked at it with the axe, screaming. It severed, spraying more blood. I dove into the hole. I landed in the crawl space underneath the server floor. It was a cramped tunnel filled with pipes and freezing water. I crawled. Above me, I could hear the heavy metal racks slamming against the floor, trying to crush me. I could hear Miller's digitized voice screaming through the floorboards. "Don't leave me. It's lonely. We need more processing power. We need your mind." I crawled for what felt like hours. My hands were shredded by the rough concrete. The water soaked my clothes, freezing me to the bone. I reached the maintenance ladder leading to the surface ventilation tower. I climbed. The hum was vibrating the ladder. My teeth were chattering so hard I chipped a molar. I reached the top grate. I pushed it open. I fell out onto the wheat field. It was night. The stars were out. The air was fresh. I lay there gasping. Then the ground shook. The ventilation tower next to me let out a blast of hot air, a massive plume of steam, and in the steam I saw faces, ghostly, vaporous faces rising into the night sky. Miller's face. Old faces, young faces. They were venting the corrupted data. They were venting the souls. I ran to my car. I drove until the engine overheated. I stole another car. I kept driving. I thought I escaped. But yesterday, I was in a library in Colorado. I was looking at a computer screen checking the news. The screen flickered. For a second, the news site disappeared. A text box appeared, searching for node, my name, signal strength, 98% downloading. My nose started to bleed. The hum started in my left ear. I smashed the monitor and ran. They uploaded a part of me. When I was down there, when the cable touched me, they copied me, or they tagged me. I am a walking receiver, and they are trying to sync. I can feel my memories fading. I try to remember my mother's face, and all I see is static. I try to remember my childhood home, and I see lines of code. They are overwriting me. I am going to the cabin now. No electronics, no signals. But I'm scared, because last night I didn't dream. I just saw a loading screen, and the progress bar is at 99%. If you work in IT, if you work in data, if you hear a server humming a little too loud, or if a machine gets hot for no reason, don't fix it. unplug it, smash it, because they are trying to get out, and they are using the internet to do it. The hum is getting louder, the candle is flickering, my hand is typing this, but I'm not telling it to. System ready. Upload complete. Hello world. That's where this tale ends. Now, another waits just beyond the shadows. My doppelganger is doing things I don't remember doing. The apartment on Oak Street was a compromise. Not the bright, airy studio I'd envisioned after the divorce, but a dim one-bedroom tucked above a laundromat that thrummed through the floorboards like a second heartbeat. The rent was $850, surprisingly low for the neighborhood, and the listing's only caveat was a single line. Quiet building. Tenant must respect shared spaces. I signed the lease online, ignoring the prickle of unease. Desperation makes you overlook cracks in the plaster, the faint smell of mildew in the hallway, the way the superintendent, Mr. Varga, wouldn't meet my eyes when he handed me the keys. His hand was cold and damp. "Building has history," he muttered, already turning away. "Don't make waves." I didn't ask what he meant. I just hauled my boxes up the narrow carpeted stairs, the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of industrial dryers vibrating through the soles of my shoes. The first week was a blur of unpacking and insomnia. The laundromat's hum was a constant low thrum, punctuated by sharp clangs when a cycle ended. I'd lie awake on the lumpy mattress, listening to the building settle, the groans of old pipes, the creak of floorboards overhead that shouldn't have anyone living above me. That's when I noticed the small things. The coffee mug I'd left on the nightstand would be on the kitchen counter in the morning, still warm. The bathroom light, always switched off before bed, would glow faintly under the door at 3 a.m. I blamed exhaustion, grief, the stress of starting over. I even left a note on the fridge. Did I leave the light on again? No reply, just my own handwriting staring back at me the next day. Then came the perfume. I woke one Tuesday to the scent of gardenias clinging to my skin, thick, cloying, unfamiliar. I never wore perfume. I showered twice, scrubbing until my skin was raw, but the floral ghost lingered in my hair, on my pillowcase. That afternoon, sorting laundry, I found a single gardenia petal tucked into my sock drawer. Fresh, dewy, impossible. I checked the laundromat below. No floral detergent, no vases. I asked Mrs. Langley, the elderly woman who ran the corner bodega, if she'd sold any gardenias. She peered at me over cat-eye glasses. "Haven't had fresh flowers since my Harold passed, dear. 10 years now." Her eyes narrowed. "You look pale. You sleeping okay?" I wasn't. The skips in my memory were getting worse. Tuesday blurred into Wednesday. I'd sit down to pay bills at 7 p.m. and blink to find a room dark. The clock reading 2:17 a.m., my computer screen frozen on an unfinished email. No dreams, no sense of time passing, just absence. One morning, I opened my closet to find my work blazer hanging neatly on a hanger I didn't own, a slim, black velvet thing that felt unnaturally cold to the touch. Tucked in its pocket was a receipt from a vintage bookstore across town. The tall, dusty quill, a single item, the complete poems of Emily Dickinson, 1890 edition. $220. I'd never been to that bookstore. I hated poetry, and I'd certainly never spend $220 on a book. The receipt was dated 3:07 a.m. that same morning. Panic sent me to the library. I scoured archives on sleepwalking, fugue states, dissociative identity disorder. The symptoms didn't fit. Sleepwalkers didn't buy rare books. They didn't leave gardenia petals in sock drawers. I went to my doctor. He listened patiently, then prescribed sleeping pills and suggested stress management techniques. Grief manifests in unexpected ways, David, he said gently. Your mind is trying to protect you. I left the pills in the pharmacy bag. The breaking point was the email. I worked remotely as a data analyst for a faceless insurance firm. One Thursday, I logged on to find my manager, Brenda, had flagged an email I'd allegedly sent the night before. Subject line, urgent policy. Termination, client, $7.34. It contained confidential client information, names, medical histories, financial details that I had zero authorization to access. Brenda's follow-up email was icy. David, explain this immediately. HR is reviewing. My hand shook as I typed a reply. I did not send this. My account was compromised. But deep down, a colder fear took root. My password was strong. My firewall was up to date. And the email's tone, it was mine. The same dry phrasing I used when stressed. The same signature block. Even the typo in the client's name, a mistake I'd made weeks ago in another email, was replicated perfectly. I called Brenda. Her voice was tight. Security logs show the email originated from your home IP address, David, at 3:14 a.m. We're running a forensic audit. I was asleep, I insisted, my voice cracking. Someone's using my identity. Or you were sleepwalking again, she sighed. Remember last month when you walked to the office in your pajamas? I hadn't walked to the office in pajamas. I'd woken up on a park bench 3 miles from home at dawn, shivering, with no memory of how I got there. I'd lied to Brenda, saying I'd taken a spontaneous walk. Now the lie coiled in my gut like a snake. HR needs you to come in tomorrow, she said. Bring your laptop. I spent that night wide awake, every lamp in the apartment blazing. I locked the front door with 3 deadbolts. I taped a piece of paper to the hallway mirror. If you wake up, don't move. Check the time. I sat in the armchair facing the bedroom door, a baseball bat across my knees, the laundromat's thrum vibrating up through the floor. 3:17 a.m. The digital clock on the microwave glowed the time. I hadn't blinked. I swear I hadn't. But suddenly, I was standing in the kitchen. The lights were off. Moonlight striped the linoleum floor. My hand was on the refrigerator handle. The baseball bat lay on the floor beside me. The clock read 4:02 a.m. In my other hand, crumpled and damp with condensation, was a receipt from a 24-hour diner 3 blocks away. 2 black coffees, 1 blueberry muffin. $8.75, time-stamped 3:29 a.m. My wallet was lighter, $10 gone. I hadn't left the apartment. I knew I hadn't. I called in sick to work. Didn't answer Brenda's increasingly frantic texts. I needed proof. I set up my phone on a shelf in the living room, camera pointed at the front door and hallway, using a free motion detection app. I went to bed early, leaving the lights on, the phone recording silently. I woke at dawn to blinding sunlight and a pounding headache. The apartment was silent. The laundromat below was quiet for once. I checked the phone. The recording showed 12 hours of empty hallway. Then, at 3:17 a.m., the screen flickered, not static, a visual glitch like a film reel skipping frames. When the image stabilized, I was there, standing in the hallway in the same gray sweatpants and faded band t-shirt I'd worn to bed. But my posture was different, straighter, shoulders back. My face was relaxed, almost serene, not the exhausted mask I saw in mirrors. This version of me turned toward the camera, not at it, through it. His eyes, my eyes, were wide open, unblinking, and utterly empty, like doll's eyes. He smiled, a small, precise curve of the lips that didn't touch those dead eyes. Then he turned, unlocked the deadbolts with smooth, deliberate movements, and stepped out the front door. The timestamp read 3:19 a.m. The recording cut to black at 3:20 a.m. I vomited into the sink. My hands were icy. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was possession, or something worse. I scrolled through the footage again, frame by frame. As he turned to unlock the door, the cuff of his sweatshirt rode up slightly. On his left wrist, my left wrist, was a fresh scratch. 3 parallel lines, deep and red, like claw marks. I looked down at my own wrist. Smooth skin, no scratch. But as I stared, a phantom itch flared across the exact spot. I dug my nails in, drawing blood, trying to feel real. I went to Mr. Varga, found him in the basement boiler room, the air thick with heat and the smell of oil. He wiped his hands on a rag, avoiding my gaze. "It's happening again, isn't it?" I said, my voice low and urgent. "The doppelganger, the one who walks when I sleep?" He froze. The rag dropped from his fingers. His face, already lined, seemed to collapse inward. "You shouldn't say that word," he whispered. "Not here." "What word? Doppelgänger?" He flinched like I'd struck him. "Lingwang, the after-image, the shadow self." He spat on the concrete floor. "This building, it was a sanatorium in the 1920s. For the nervously afflicted, they did things down here, bad things. In the old boiler room," he gestured vaguely toward a rusted metal door chained shut in the corner. "People disappeared, woke up in places they didn't remember going, did things they couldn't explain." He finally met my eyes, his own filled with a fear older than the building. The last tenant, a young woman. She saw herself buying groceries, signing her name on documents she'd never seen. One morning, the super found her apartment empty. All her clothes gone, her passport gone, her bank account drained. The police called it a runaway. But I know. He leaned closer, his breath sour. The lingwang doesn't just walk. It learns. It copies. And when it knows enough, it stays. The real one, they never come back. He placed a trembling hand on my arm. "Move out. Tonight. Don't pack. Just go. Leave everything." "What about my job? My life?" "What life?" he rasped. "You're already fading. Can't you feel it? The holes in your memory? The things you don't remember doing? That's the lingwang taking root, stealing your shape." He pointed a gnarled finger at my wrist. "Check your pulse." I pressed 2 fingers to my wrist. The beat was slow, thready, like a clock winding down. "Yours is stronger," he said quietly, "but his is steadier. It wins in the end." I didn't leave. I couldn't. Where would I go? My savings were gone. My job was hanging by a thread. Instead, I barricaded the apartment, dragged a heavy oak dresser in front of the front door, taped sheets of aluminum foil over the windows, something I'd read online about disrupting spiritual frequencies. I unplugged the router, wrapped my phone in tinfoil. I sat in the center of the living room floor, back against the couch, the baseball bat across my lap, surrounded by every lamp I owned. The laundromat's hum had stopped. The silence was worse, thick, expectant. 3:17 a.m. glowed on the microwave. My eyes burned. I fought the exhaustion, pinching my arms, biting my tongue until I tasted blood. "Stay awake. Stay here. Be. David." I blinked. The lights were off. Moonlight streamed through a gap in the foil-covered window. The baseball bat was gone. I was standing in the hallway. The dresser was back against the wall, unmoved. The front door stood open. Cool night air whispered into the apartment. My hand rested on the doorknob. My wrist itched fiercely. I looked down. 3 fresh parallel scratches marked my skin, raw, bleeding slightly. On the floor by my bare foot lay a single gardenia petal, glistening with dew, and clutched in my other hand was a small, leather-bound book. The Complete Poems of Emily Dickinson, 1890 edition. The pages felt unnaturally warm. I opened it, scribbled in the margin of the first page, in handwriting, identical to my own but smoother, more elegant, were the words, "He's tired. Let me hold the light a while." My breath came in shallow gasps. I dropped the book like it was burning, slammed the door shut, threw the deadbolts with trembling hands, leaned my forehead against the cool wood. Not me, not me, not me. But the scent of gardenias clung to my skin. The phantom pulse of the scratches throbbed on my wrist, and beneath my feet, faint but undeniable, came the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of the laundromat's dryers starting up again, not from below, from inside the walls. I didn't sleep that night, or the next, or the one after. I called Brenda, resigned over email, said I had a family emergency. She didn't reply. The HR audit notice came anyway. I ignored it. I stopped answering the door, stopped checking the mailbox. Mrs. Langley from the bodega slipped a bag of groceries under my door one morning. Milk, bread, bananas, no note. Just a single gardenia petal resting on top of the bag. When I opened the door to thank her, the hallway was empty. The air smelled faintly of lilies. The final straw was the photo. I found it tucked into my front door's mail slot on a Tuesday. No envelope. Just a glossy 4/6 print. It showed me, sitting at a sidewalk cafe I'd never visited. Sunlight dappled the table. I was laughing, head thrown back, holding a tiny espresso cup. Across from me sat a woman with dark, wavy hair and kind eyes. Her hand rested near mine on the table. Intimate, familiar. I didn't know her, but the angle of her smile, the way she tucked her hair behind her ear, it was Sarah, my ex-wife. Sarah, who'd left me 18 months ago and blocked my number. Sarah, who lived 3 states away. The timestamp in the corner read, yesterday, 2:48 p.m. I hadn't left the apartment in 4 days. I'd eaten nothing but crackers and peanut butter. My clothes were stiff with sweat. But in the photo, I wore a crisp blue shirt I didn't own. My hair was neatly trimmed. My face was relaxed. Happy. Whole. I called Sarah. It went straight to voicemail. I texted her, "Did you see me yesterday at a cafe?" No reply. I called again and again. On the 7th try, she answered. Her voice was flat, cold. "David, stop calling. I have a restraining order. You know that." "But the photo?" "What photo?" "The one of us, at that cafe on Elm Street, yesterday afternoon." Silence. Then, quietly, "David, I haven't been to Elm Street in years, and I haven't seen you since the day you showed up at my office screaming about shadows. That was 6 months ago. The judge was very clear. No contact, ever." She hung up. I sat on the floor, the photo trembling in my hand. The linguang hadn't just taken my time. It had taken my memories, my past. It had reached across broken marriages and restraining orders to stitch together a life I'd lost. And it had made it look effortless, happy. That night, I stopped fighting. I turned off all the lights. unbarred the front door, unplugged the router. I sat in the armchair facing the hallway, the Emily Dickinson book open on my lap. The gardenia scent was thick in the air. The laundromat's thrum had faded to a soft rhythmic pulse, like a heartbeat, like breathing. 3:15 a.m. The moonlight through the window painted a silver path across the floorboards. I didn't blink. I didn't look away. I just waited. The air grew colder. The scent of gardenias deepened, cloying, sweet. The thump, thump, thump from the walls slowed, then stopped. He stepped out of the shadows near the bedroom door. Not a reflection, not a ghost. Solid, real, wearing the blue shirt from the photo. His hair was neat. His face was calm. He carried no book, no receipts, just a quiet certainty. He stopped a few feet from me, smiled that small, precise smile. His eyes, my eyes, held no emptiness now. They held warmth, sadness, understanding. "You're tired," he said. His voice was mine, but smoother, softer, without the edge of grief I'd carried for years. "You've carried it so long." I couldn't speak. My throat was locked. I nodded. He knelt beside the armchair, not touching me, just close enough that I felt the warmth radiating from him. It was the warmth of sunlight on skin, of fresh baked bread, of a home I'd forgotten. "It doesn't have to hurt," he whispered. "Let go. I'll remember for you. I'll be the one who laughs at cafes, the one who fixes the leaky faucet, the one who calls Sarah on Sundays, the one who lives." He placed a hand over my heart. His palm was warm, dry, steady. "You can rest. Just rest." The exhaustion crashed over me like a wave, not the bone-deep fatigue of sleepless nights, but a surrender, a letting go of every burden I'd carried since Sarah left, since my father died, since the world became sharp edges and lonely rooms. The scratches on my wrist didn't itch anymore. They felt like scars healing. The scent of gardenias wasn't cloying. It was the smell of my grandmother's porch on a summer afternoon. Safe. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, I was standing by the window. Moonlight silvered the glass. The apartment was spotless. The dresser was against the wall. The front door was locked. On the small table by the window sat a steaming mug of coffee. Beside it, a single gardenia bloomed in a glass of water. I walked to the mirror in the hallway. My reflection smiled back. My hair was neat. My eyes were clear, unshadowed. There was a lightness in my chest I hadn't felt in years. I picked up the mug. Black coffee, just how I liked it. The ceramic was warm against my palm. Downstairs, the laundromat thrummed to life. Thump, thump, thump. A steady, comforting rhythm. I took a sip of coffee. It tasted like morning, like a new beginning, like a life I finally remembered how to live. I didn't question the gardenia, didn't wonder about the blue shirt folded neatly in the closet, didn't miss the weight of the baseball bat. The scratches on my wrist were gone, smooth skin, no memory of how they'd gotten there or why they'd ever mattered. I sat by the window, watching the first streaks of dawn paint the sky. The coffee was perfect. The silence was peaceful. The thrumming from below was a lullaby. Somewhere deep in the quiet, beneath the rhythm of the dryers, beneath the warmth in my chest, a faint, fading echo of a voice whispered, "Thank you." I smiled into my mug, turned the page of the Emily Dickinson book resting on my lap. The words blurred for a second, like tears welling, then cleared. The poem began. I dwell in possibility. And for the first time in years, I believed it. I am home, I am whole, I am David, I am. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. Reality around me flickers like a broken screen when I'm alone. I moved into apartment 3B because the rent was $425 a month, utilities included. The listing photo showed sunlit hardwood floors and a kitchen with stainless steel appliances. What I got was peeling linoleum, walls the color of dried mustard, and a refrigerator that hummed like a dying beehive. Mr. Henderson, the landlord, handed me the keys in the dim lobby of the Elm Street building, his eyes darting to the flickering fluorescent light above us. "Quiet building," he muttered, not meeting my gaze. "Just keep the lights on after dark. Saves on the electricity." He didn't explain why. I didn't ask. After the layoff and the eviction, I'd take moldy walls over sleeping in my car. The first flicker happened 3 nights later. I was microwaving frozen dumplings, the only light coming from the oven's glow. The room was silent except for the rhythmic beep, 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 counting down the seconds. Then a stutter. The microwave light dimmed. The beep, beep, beep skipped like a scratched CD. The air thickened, smelling faintly of ozone and wet concrete. For half a second, the kitchen wasn't mine. The linoleum was gone. In its place stretched a narrow corridor of cracked tile, walls lined with rusted pipes that dripped black fluid. At the end of the corridor, a door stood ajar, revealing only deeper darkness. A low, grinding sound vibrated through my bones like stone dragging on stone. Then, snap, the microwave light blazed. Beep, beep, beep. The dumpling spun on the turntable. I stood frozen, spoon halfway to my mouth. The smell of pork and ginger filled the air. Normal, but my hands were shaking. I checked the apartment door. Locked. Windows sealed. I told myself it was stress, sleep deprivation, the cheap LED bulbs buzzing in the ceiling. It happened again the next afternoon. I was sorting laundry in the bedroom, folding a T-shirt. Sunlight streamed through the window, painting warm stripes on the carpet. I lifted the shirt. The light flickered, not the bulb, the sunlight. It fractured into jagged shards of static, like a TV losing signal. The stripes on the carpet dissolved into a grid of pixelated gray. The grinding sound returned deeper this time, accompanied by a wet, clicking rhythm. Click, thud, click, thud. Like something heavy dragging itself across a floor, the bedroom walls bled away. I stood in a vast empty space. Concrete floor, no windows, no doors, just endless gray walls stretching into shadow. High above, a single industrial light flickered erratically, casting strobing shadows that didn't match my movements. In one of those shadows, something moved, not a shape, a tear. A vertical rip in the air, shimmering like heat haze, revealing only deeper static beyond. From the tear came a whisper, not in my ears, but inside my skull. Almost sinks, almost holds. I dropped the T-shirt. The static collapsed. Sunlight flooded back. The click-thud faded to the drip of the bathroom faucet. I ran to the window. Elm Street was unchanged, cars passed, people walked dogs, normal. But the smell of wet concrete clung to my skin. I started documenting it. My phone's notes app became a log of glitches. Oak-Test 12, 2:17 p.m., living room, light from window pixelated, heard grinding, smelled ozone, felt cold spot near radiator. Octay 14, 11:03 p.m., bathroom mirror flickered during toothbrushing. Reflection showed cracked tiles behind me. No mirror in reflection. Just darkness. Octa 17, 8:44 a.m. coffee maker display glitched, showed error, reality corrupted, reset after 10 seconds. I showed the notes to Maya, my sister, over coffee at her tidy suburban kitchen. She skimmed the list, her brow furrowed. "Liv, this sounds like sleep paralysis. Or maybe migraines? You've been under so much stress." She pushed the sugar bowl toward me. "Have you slept more than 4 hours a night since the layoff?" "It's not sleep," I insisted, my voice tight. "It's when I'm wide awake, alone. The air shudders, like the world is buffering." She reached across the table, squeezing my hand. "You need to see someone, a therapist or a neurologist. This isn't healthy." "Healthy?" I laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. "Maya, yesterday I put my keys on the counter. When I turned back, they were on the floor, not dropped. Placed exactly where the static showed a drain grate in that concrete room." Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Grief does strange things. After Dad died, I kept hearing his whistle in the shower for months." She changed the subject, asking about my job search. I stopped talking about the flickers. Mr. Henderson came by to fix the dripping faucet. I mentioned the weird light fluctuations. He didn't look up from his wrench. "This building's old wiring," he grunted. "Voltage spikes. Happens in the 70s. Builds. Keep a lamp on in every room. Steady current helps." He tightened a bolt. The dripping stopped. "And don't go into the basement. Leaky pipes. Structural issues." He left without taking payment. As he descended the stairs, the hallway light above him flickered violently. For 3 seconds it wasn't Henderson walking down the steps. It was a tall, emaciated figure in a stained maintenance uniform, its limbs too long, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Its eyes were voids. It didn't blink. When the light steadied, Henderson was gone. The stairwell was empty. I locked my apartment door and wedged a chair under the knob. The flickers grew longer, more invasive. One Tuesday washing dishes, the kitchen dissolved. Not static this time, a seamless cut. I stood in that concrete room again. The industrial light flickered overhead. The click-thud was louder, closer. From the shadows near the tear in the air, a shape emerged, hunched, quadrupedal. Its skin was the color of old dishwater, stretched taut over too many joints. It had no eyes, only smooth, featureless flesh where a face should be. But it knew I was there. It turned its headless torso toward me. The click-thud was its movement. Metal claws, scraping concrete, a heavy, broken limb dragging behind it. It let out a wet, gurgling sound that vibrated in my molars. I stumbled back, hitting a wall that wasn't there a second before. My hand passed through it like mist. I fell backward and landed on my kitchen floor, soaked in soapy water, the faucet still running. The sink was full of dishes. No time had passed. The microwave clock read 3:17 p.m., exactly when it always happened. I called in sick to the temp agency. I bought every light bulb the hardware store carried. I plugged in lamps until the apartment glowed like a surgical theater. I played music constantly, talk radio, podcasts, white noise, anything to fill the silence. The flickers slowed. But at 3:17 a.m. every night, the lights dimmed. The music stuttered into static. The world pixelated at the edges, and in that static, the grinding grew louder. The click-thud echoed from the hallway, from the closet, from the space behind the refrigerator. I'd huddle on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, a flashlight clutched in my hand, whispering, Not real, not real, not real. But the smell of wet concrete was real. The vibration in the floorboards was real. The terror was real. Maya came over unannounced on a Saturday morning, concerned texts ignored. She found me sitting in the dark living room, all lamps unplugged. "Liv?" Her voice was sharp with worry. "What's going on?" I didn't look at her. I stared at the window. "They only come when the lights are low." "Who?" "The things in the static." My voice was flat, empty. "They're waiting for the signal to break, to stay broken." She knelt beside me, her perfume, jasmine, expensive, cutting through the smell of dust and fear. "You need help, real help, not more lamps." I finally met her eyes. Hers were wide with tears. "They showed me Henderson," I whispered. "He's not Henderson. He's a patch, a bad repair. The real one, he went into the basement years ago. During a flicker, they kept his shape, but it's wearing thin." She didn't argue, didn't call me crazy. She just hugged me, her arms tight around my shaking shoulders. "Let's get you somewhere safe, my place, just for tonight." Her apartment was modern, minimalist, no shadows in the corners, no flickering lights. We slept on her couch, a mountain of blankets between us. At 3:16 a.m., her digital clock glowed steadily. I closed my eyes. Just for a second, I opened them to static, not the concrete room. Her living room, but wrong. The white walls were streaked with gray digital noise. The floor tiles shifted like broken glass. Maya's perfect IKEA furniture bled pixels at the edges, and standing over her sleeping form, a shadow bent close. Not human, taller, thinner, its outline blurred and reformed with every flicker of the static. It had too many limbs, too many fingers, long and needle-thin, hovering just above Maya's chest. Its face, if it had one, was a shifting mosaic of broken screen fragments. From its form came that same grinding whisper. "Sync error, subject unstable, repair required." Maya didn't stir. She slept deeply, peacefully. The shadow thing's fingers dipped lower, toward her heart. I didn't scream. I lunged, grabbed the heavy ceramic lamp from the side table, swung it blindly. It passed through the shadow like smoke. The lamp crashed to the floor, shattering. Maya jolted awake. "Liv? What?" The static vanished. The room was pristine. Moonlight streamed through the blinds. The lamp lay in pieces on the carpet. Maya stared at me, her face pale. "You were sleepwalking. You must have knocked it over." I pointed at the space where the shadow had stood. "It was here, watching you. It was going to—" She cut me off, her voice gentle but firm. "Liv, look at me." She took my shoulders. "This isn't the apartment. This is my home, safe. There's nothing here but us." She led me to the guest room, locked the door from the outside. "Rest. We'll talk in the morning." I didn't sleep. I sat on the edge of the bed, back against the door, listening. At 3:17 a.m., the lock clicked, not turned. Melted. The metal flowed like liquid mercury, reforming into a crude handle on the other side. The door swung open silently. The hallway beyond wasn't Maya's hallway. It was the concrete corridor from my flickers. Pipes dripped black fluid. The click-thud echoed from the darkness. At the end of the hall, the door stood ajar. The tear in reality shimmered within it. The shadow thing stood in the threshold, its form stabilizing. Tall, hunched, metal claws scraping the floor. It turned its blank face toward me. No mouth, but the grinding whisper filled the small room. Subject rejected repair, corruption spreading, initiate purge. I ran, not down the hall, through the guest room window. I shattered the glass, tumbling into the rose bushes below Maya's balcony. Thorns tore my arms. I didn't feel them. I ran until my lungs burned, the city lights blurring through tears. I didn't stop until I reached Elm Street, until I stood before the familiar peeling door of apartment 3B. I didn't go inside. I sat on the top step of the building stoop, hugging my knees, waiting for dawn. The street lights flickered, cars passed, normal, but in the gaps between the flickers, in the half-second when the light dimmed, I saw them, shapes in the alleyways, in the reflections of car windows, hunched figures with too many joints, blank faces drinking in the shadows. They didn't approach. They just watched, waiting for the signal, waiting for the world to glitch. Mr. Henderson found me there at sunrise. He didn't seem surprised. He sat beside me on the cold concrete step, the smell of damp wool and motor oil clinging to him. "You saw the between," he said quietly. Not a question. "That's what the old tenants called it, the static place, where the signal phrase." He pulled a worn photograph from his coat pocket. A younger Henderson, smiling beside a woman with kind eyes and a little girl with pigtails. My family. 20 years ago, we lived here in 3B until the flickers started, for my daughter first. She'd cry about the broken TV people in her closet. He traced the girl's face on the photo. One night, during a bad flicker, she walked into the static, just stepped through the wall like it wasn't there. We never got her back. My wife. She couldn't live with the not knowing. She left, took her own way out. He folded the photo carefully. The building remembers grief. It feeds on it. The flickers are weak spots, tears, and the things in the between, they're drawn to the tears. They want to mend the broken signal, but their idea of mending is to erase the corruption, to erase us. "Why me?" I whispered. "You're hollow," he said simply. "Layoff, eviction, the loneliness after the divorce. Hollow spaces are easy to fill, easy to overwrite." He stood, brushing dust from his trousers. "There's only one way to stop it, to keep the signal stable." "How?" "You have to fill the hollow, not with things, not with people, with light, real light, unbroken light. They can't abide it." He nodded toward the rising sun. "Dawn is good, but it's not enough. You need a beacon, something that holds no static, no corruption." He reached into his pocket and pressed something cold and smooth into my palm. An old film camera, a Minolta SRT 101. My father's. He was a press photographer. Covered wars, disasters. He said light that captures truth has weight. It holds the world together. Load it with real film, not digital. Film remembers light the way bones remember blood. His eyes held a deep, ancient weariness. "Take it and live. Don't develop the photos alone." I didn't go back to 3B. I rented a room above a laundromat in a different part of town. Cheap, bright. I bought a roll of Kodak Tri-X film, loaded the Minolta with shaking hands. Every time the world flickered, when the streetlight stuttered, when the bus engine skipped, I raised the camera. Click, click, click. The viewfinder showed static, tears, the grinding shapes, but the shutter clicked anyway. Solid, real. The flickers lessened. The click-thud faded to a memory. For 3 days, the world held steady. I developed the film at a 24-hour photo lab downtown, handing the clerk the sealed envelope. "I'll wait," I said. He nodded, disappearing into the red-lit, dark room. When he returned, his face was pale. He didn't hand me the photos. He placed them face down on the counter. "I don't know what kind of prank this is," he said, his voice tight. "But those images, they're not right. The negatives are blank except for one frame, and that one, he wouldn't look at me. I suggest you forget you ever took them." I took the envelope, walked to a park bench under a weak afternoon sun, opened it with numb fingers. Most prints were pure black, blank. But the last one, it showed the concrete room, sharp, clear, no static. In the center stood the shadow thing, frozen mid-stride. Its form was detailed, metal claws, dripping joints, the blank face reflecting the industrial light. But it wasn't alone. Behind it, half hidden in the shadows near the tear, stood figures. Dozens of them, men, women, children. Their features were blurred, smudged like wet ink, but their postures were unmistakable. Resignation, defeat. Their bodies flickered at the edges, dissolving into static. They weren't prisoners. They were patches, failed repairs. Henderson's daughter was among them, her pigtails barely visible, one small hand reaching toward the tear as if still trying to get back. And in the foreground, kneeling near the shadow thing's clawed foot, was a figure in a familiar thrift store coat. Me. My face was turned toward the camera, mouth open in a silent scream. But my eyes were voids, smooth, featureless, like the thing's face. On the back of the photo, in handwriting that wasn't mine, jagged, mechanical, a note was scrawled, "Synchronization complete. Corruption purged. Welcome home. Live." I dropped the photo. It fluttered to the pavement like a dead leaf. The park sounds faded, the laughter of children, the rustle of leaves, the distant traffic. The air thickened, smelled of ozone, wet concrete. The light dimmed, not sunset. Glitch. The world fractured into jagged pixels. The grinding sound rose from the earth itself, from the shadows beneath the park benches, from the cracks in the sidewalk. The hunched shapes emerged. Dozens of them. Blank faces turned toward me, claws scraping concrete. The click-thud became a roar. I raised the Minolta. My hands didn't shake. I looked through the viewfinder, not at the shadow things, at the sun, low in the sky, golden, unbroken. I pressed a shutter. Click. The static shattered. Light exploded, not from the sun, but from the camera itself. A pure white radiance that burned away the pixels, the grinding, the stench of concrete. The shadow thing shrieked, a sound like tearing metal, and dissolved into smoke. The park snapped back into focus. Children laughed on the swings. A dog chased a squirrel. Normal. But the Minolta was gone, melted in my hands. Only the lens remained, warm and smooth against my palm. I walked back to Elm Street as dusk fell. The building looked the same, peeling paint, flickering lobby light. I didn't go to 3B. I climbed the stairs to the roof. The city spread below me, lights blinking on as night deepened. I held the melted camera lens up to the first stars. It caught the glow of a passing plane, refracted it into a beam of pure, steady light that cut through the gathering dark. The flickers haven't stopped. Not really. At 3:17 a.m., when the streetlights dim, I feel the static hum in my bones. I smell the wet concrete. I hear the click-thud from the stairwell, but I stand on the roof. I hold the lens to the sky. I let the light, real light, unbroken light, pour through it. The beam cuts the darkness. The static recedes. The grinding fades. Henderson watches me sometimes from the alley below. He doesn't wave. He just nods, his face half in shadow, half in the lens light. I know what he sees, not just me. The hollow space beside me, the shape that flickers at the edge of the beam, waiting. Patient, the light is holding, for now. But light needs fuel, and the hollow inside me, it's so very deep. Last night, as I stood on the roof, the beam faltered, just for a second. In that gap, the static rushed in, the city lights pixelated, the click-thud echoed from the fire escape. And from the darkness behind me, a voice, not grinding, not whispering, but my voice, calm and reasonable, said, "Let go, Liv. The light is heavy. The hollow is warm. We can mend you. We can make the flickering stop." I tightened my grip on the lens, felt its heat, thought of the park, the children's laughter, the dog chasing the squirrel, real things, warm things. I didn't turn around. I raised the lens higher. The beam steadied, but part of me, the small, starved part that remembers the warmth of Sarah's hand, the smell of my father's pipe tobacco, the sound of my own laughter before the world broke, part of me wants to drop the lens, to step into the static, to let the hollow be filled. The light is heavy, and the darkness is so very patient. I hold the beam steady. I wait for dawn. I listen for the click, and I wonder how long my hands will keep from shaking. And with that, this story is over. Now, a new story begins. The town clock struck 13 times last night, and time has felt wrong since I rented the apartment above the old clockmaker's shop, because it was the only place in Blackwater Falls that didn't feel like it was judging me. After the incident at the university, the retracted paper, the quiet conversations in hallways that stopped when I entered, the department chair's gentle suggestion that I take some time away, I needed somewhere anonymous. Somewhere the air didn't hum with professional disappointment. Blackwater Falls, a town of 3,000 souls nestled in a river valley 2 hours from anywhere that mattered, seemed perfect. No one here cared about academic scandals. They cared about the salmon run and whether Old Man Hemlock would finally fix the pothole on Maple Street. The listing was sparse. Apartment above clock shop, utilities included. Landlord is downstairs, $450 per month. No photographs. When I called the number, a man with a voice like grinding gears answered and said he'd show me the place at 4 o'clock sharp. "Don't be late," he'd said. "The light through the front window is best at 4:03. You'll want to see it then." I arrived at 3:58. The shop occupied a narrow brick building on the town's main street, sandwiched between a hardware store and a diner that closed at 8. A faded sign above the door read, "Alistair Finch, Horologist," in peeling gold leaf. The display window was crowded with timepieces of every era, grandfather clocks with solemn brass pendulums, Art Deco mantel clocks with sunburst faces, pocket watches arranged like specimens in a naturalist's collection. All of them kept perfect time, their hands moving in silent unison. At precisely 4:03, as promised, the late afternoon sun struck the window at an angle that set every glass face ablaze with reflected gold. It was beautiful, hypnotic. I signed a month-to-month lease without asking a single question. Alistair Finch was a gaunt man in his 70s, with hands that seemed too large for his body, knuckles swollen with arthritis, yet moving with impossible delicacy when he demonstrated the apartment's quirks. The space itself was surprisingly spacious. A single open room with exposed brick walls, hardwood floors worn smooth by generations of footsteps, and a kitchenette tucked beneath a dormer window overlooking the town square. But the centerpiece was the clock. It dominated the far wall, an ornate regulator clock with a walnut case nearly 8 feet tall, its face a simple white enamel disc with black Roman numerals and slender blued steel hands. Unlike the clocks downstairs, this one had no visible pendulum or weights. It simply hung there, silent and authoritative. "That's the town clock's sister," Alistair explained, following my gaze. "Built by my great-grandfather in 1898. The one in the square is the master. This is the witness. They've kept time together for 126 years." He tapped the glass covering the face. "It hasn't gained or lost a second in my lifetime. You can set your life by it." I moved in the next day. The first week passed in a blur of unpacking boxes and trying to ignore the persistent ache of professional shame. I spent my days walking the river trails, my nights reading novels I'd owned for years but never opened. The clock on the wall ticked with metronomic precision, a soft, steady tock, tock, tock. That should have been maddening, but instead became a kind of meditation. I found myself glancing at it constantly, not to check the time, but to confirm its reliability. In a life that had recently unraveled, its constancy felt like an anchor. The town itself operated on a rhythm I found both alien and soothing. Shopkeepers closed at 5 without apology. The diner's special really did change daily, handwritten on a chalkboard each morning. People nodded to strangers on the street, and every hour on the hour the great clock in the square chimed, deep, resonant. Notes that rolled across the rooftops and seeped through my window glass. I learned to anticipate them, to feel the vibration in my teeth a half-second before the sound arrived. 11 chimes at 11 o'clock, 6 at 6, 12 at midnight, always 12, always precise, until last night. I'd gone to bed early, exhausted from a day spent trying to draft a new research proposal, a futile exercise that left me staring at a blank document until my eyes burned. I fell asleep around 10:30, and I woke at midnight to the sound of chiming. 1, 2, 3. The notes rolled across the valley, each one vibrating in my chest cavity. I lay in bed counting, as I had done every night since moving here. 7, 8, 9. Something felt different tonight. The chimes seemed to hang in the air longer, their resonance deeper, more resonant than usual. 10, 11, 12, and then a 13th. The sound didn't fade after 12. It continued, a 13th note that shouldn't have existed, ringing out with the same crystalline clarity as the others. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering. 13. The clock had struck 13 times. I counted again in my head, certain I'd miscounted in my groggy state. But no, the final chime had been distinct, separate, impossible. I swung my legs out of bed and crossed to the window, peering down at the town square. The clock tower stood silhouetted against the star-dusted sky, its face unreadable from this distance. The square below was empty. No late-night revelers, no passing cars. Just silence after that impossible 13th chime. I glanced at the regulator clock on my wall. Its hands pointed precisely to 12. The second hand, a slender black line I hadn't even noticed before, crept forward with mechanical inevitability. 12 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. 12 hours, 0 minutes, 2 seconds. Nothing unusual. I returned to bed, but didn't sleep. I lay there until dawn, listening to the hourly chimes resume their normal pattern, 7 at 7 a.m., 8 at 8. But something had shifted. The air in the apartment felt heavier, charged with a static tension that raised the hairs on my arms. When I finally rose at 8:30, I made coffee with trembling hands and tried to convince myself I'd dreamed the 13th chime. Sleep deprivation, stress, the mind playing tricks. Then I noticed the first discrepancy. I'd set my phone to charge overnight on the nightstand. When I picked it up, the screen showed 9:17 a.m. I glanced at the wall clock. Its hands pointed to 9:43, a 26-minute difference. I checked my laptop, 9:17. My wristwatch, which I'd wound that morning, 9:18. All my personal devices agreed. But the regulator clock insisted it was nearly 10. I stood frozen between the 2 times, my coffee cooling in my hand. This wasn't a battery issue or a time zone error. The wall clock was objectively, mechanically wrong. I descended the narrow staircase to the shop below, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Alistair was bent over a workbench in the back room, a magnifying loupe strapped to his forehead, tweezers in hand as he adjusted the escapement of a pocket watch. He didn't look up when I entered. "The clock upstairs is fast," I said, my voice tight. "By about 25 minutes. His hand stilled. Slowly, he set down the tweezers and lifted the loupe from his eyes. "Which clock?" "The regulator, the big one on the wall." He stood, wiping his hands on a cloth stained with oil. "Show me." We climbed the stairs together. He stood before the clock for a full minute, his head tilted, listening. Then he reached into his pocket and withdrew a small brass key. He inserted it into a nearly invisible keyhole beneath the numeral 6 and turned it twice. The clock emitted a soft click. He stepped back. "It's correct," he said quietly, "but my phone says 9:19. That clock says almost 10. "Your phone is wrong," he said, not unkindly. "The regulator doesn't lie. It hasn't lied since 1898. He left me standing there, returning to his workbench without another word. I spent the next hour conducting an experiment. I synchronized my phone to the atomic clock time server. 10:03:17. I watched the regulator's second hand sweep around a dial. When my phone read 10:04:00, the regulator's minute hand clicked forward to 10:05. It wasn't just fast, it was pulling ahead, gaining time at an accelerating rate. By noon, the discrepancy had grown to 47 minutes. By 3 p.m., an hour and 22 minutes. I stopped answering my phone when colleagues from the university called. Their voices felt distant, unreal, like transmissions from another planet. I stopped eating. I just watched the 2 times diverge, my own devices crawling forward at their steady pace while the regulator raced ahead, its tick growing louder, more insistent, until it filled the apartment like a second heartbeat. At 6 p.m. on my phone, the regulator struck 7. The chime was different from the square clocks, higher pitched, more intimate, vibrating through the floorboards beneath my feet. And as the 7th note faded, I saw it, a flicker at the edge of my vision, a shape in the corner of the room where the shadows gathered thickest. I turned sharply, my breath catching. Nothing, just the brick wall, the dormer window, the fading light of evening. But the impression remained. a sense of presence, of something having just stepped out of sight. I told myself it was exhaustion, sleep deprivation, the psychological toll of watching time itself fracture. I forced myself to eat a piece of toast, to drink water, to sit on the edge of the bed and breathe deeply until my hands stopped trembling. When I looked up again, the regulator read 8:14 p.m. My phone read 6:38 p.m. The discrepancy was now an hour and 36 minutes, and the room felt crowded. The air had thickened, grown viscous. Sounds from the street below, the distant laughter of teenagers, the rumble of a passing truck arrived distorted, as if traveling through water. I stood and walked to the center of the room, turning slowly. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper than they should be, more substantial, like pools of liquid darkness that might, if I stared too long, resolve into shapes. At 9 p.m. on my phone, the regulator struck 10:30. The chime hung in the air longer than usual, and in its resonance I heard something else. A whisper, so faint I might have imagined it. A single word. Soon. I spun toward the source of the sound. The room was empty, but the shadows in the northwest corner had coalesced. They held a form now, not human, not animal, but a suggestion of height and breadth that hadn't been there moments before, a silhouette woven from absence itself. I backed toward the door, my pulse roaring in my ears. The shadow thing didn't move. It simply waited, patient, certain. I fled downstairs, bursting into Alistair's shop without knocking. He was closing up, turning the key in the display case locks. "It's happening again," I gasped, my voice raw. "The clock, the shadows, they're—" He finished locking the final case and turned to face me. His expression wasn't surprise or concern. It was resignation, deep, weary resignation. "How far ahead is it?" he asked softly. "Almost 2 hours." He nodded slowly, as if confirming a diagnosis he'd long expected. "Then we have until midnight." His midnight. Whose midnight? What's happening? Alistair gestured to 2 stools beside his workbench. We sat. For a long time, he simply stared at his hands, those enormous arthritic hands that could coax time itself into submission. Finally, he spoke. "In 1898, my great-grandfather built the town clock. He was a genius with gears and springs, but he was also a man haunted by loss. His wife, Eliza, died in childbirth that spring. The baby, a boy, lived only 3 hours. Alistair's voice remained steady, but his knuckles whitened where he gripped his knees. He couldn't bear the thought of time moving forward without her. So when he built the clock, he didn't just build a timekeeper, he built a cage. I stared at him, not understanding. He designed the mechanism to hold a single moment, a perfect, frozen instant of happiness he'd shared with Eliza on their wedding night. He believed that if he could anchor time to that moment, he could keep her with him forever, not as a ghost, but as a constant, a presence in the fabric of seconds and minutes. Alistair looked up, his eyes ancient in the lamplight. The clock worked for one night. At midnight, it struck 13 times. The 13th chime binding that perfect moment to the mechanism, and for those 60 minutes between 12:13 and 1:13, time didn't just slow. It folded. Past and present occupied the same space. He saw her. He spoke to her. He held her hand as if she'd never left. What happened at 1:13? The mechanism couldn't sustain the paradox. Time snapped back into its proper sequence. But the fold remained, a scar in the fabric of this town, a weak spot. And every few decades, when the planetary alignments match that first night in 1898, the clock strikes 13 again, and the fold reopens. I thought of the shadow in my apartment, the whisper in the chime. It's not just a memory, it's something else, something that comes through. Alistair's gaze dropped to the floor. My great-grandfather went mad after that first night. He spent the rest of his life trying to recreate the fold, to make it permanent. He built the regulator upstairs as a secondary anchor, a witness to stabilize the phenomenon. But he didn't understand what he'd truly done. He hadn't captured a memory. He'd torn a hole, and something on the other side, something that exists outside of time, noticed the tear. He stood and walked to a cabinet against the far wall. From a locked drawer, he withdrew a leather-bound journal, its pages brittle with age. He opened it to a sketch, a detailed drawing of the town clock's interior mechanism, with annotations in a tight, precise hand. But in the margin, another drawing, a formless shape with too many angles, surrounded by the words, "It watches from the between places. It hungers for sequential time." "The entity doesn't want to hurt us," Alistair said, closing the journal. "It wants to consume us, to unravel our moments and experience them all at once, birth and death simultaneous, joy and grief indistinguishable. It sees linear time as a feast, and every time the clock strikes 13, it gets a taste." We sat in silence for a long time. Outside, the town carried on, oblivious. A car passed. Someone laughed on the sidewalk. Normal life continuing just yards from the unraveling of reality itself. "How do we stop it?" I finally asked. "We don't stop it," Alistair said softly. "We survive it. The fold lasts exactly 60 minutes, from the 13th chime until the clock strikes 1:13. During that hour, time becomes permeable. Past, present, and future bleed together. The entity can reach through, but it can't cross completely unless someone invites it, unless someone acknowledges it directly." He fixed me with a piercing gaze. "Don't look at the shadows. Don't speak to whispers. Don't answer when it calls your name. Most importantly, don't look at the clock when it strikes 1:13. Whatever you see reflected in that glass face, it isn't you." He stood and took my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Go upstairs, lock the door. Sit with your back to the clock. Keep your eyes on your phone, on real time. When you hear the 13th chime for 1 o'clock, close your eyes and count to 60. Don't open them until you hear the town clock strike 2. If you do these things, you'll survive the hour. You'll wake tomorrow to a world where time has healed itself, where none of this ever happened." He released my arm and turned back to his workbench. "I'll be here, downstairs. If you hear me call your name, don't answer. It won't be me." I climbed the stairs on legs of lead. The apartment felt different now, charged, expectant. The regulator clock ticked louder than ever, each tock a hammer blow against the walls of reality. I positioned myself on the bed with my back to the clock, my phone clutched in my hand. 10:47 p.m., according to atomic time. The regulator would strike 11 soon, then 12. Then the chimes came precisely on the regulator's hour, 11 notes that vibrated through the floorboards. Then, at what my phone insisted was 11:23 p.m., the 12th chime. I closed my eyes, counting the seconds, waiting. The 13th chime struck at 11:24 p.m. on my phone. It was different this time. Not a clean, resonant note, but a distorted sound that seemed to tear at the air itself. A sound that existed partially outside the range of human hearing, vibrating in my teeth and bones rather than my ears. And with it came a pressure change, a sudden drop in atmospheric weight that made my ears pop violently. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, but I could feel it. The room had changed. The air grew cold, bitterly cold. The kind of cold that has no source, no draft, no explanation. My breath plumed before me though my eyes remained closed, and the shadows, I could feel them moving, not shifting with changing light, but flowing like liquid across the floorboards, pooling in the corners, deepening into something substantial. A whisper right beside my ear, "Open your eyes." I pressed my eyelids tighter together, gripped my phone until my knuckles ached. "You want to see her again," the whisper coaxed. "Sarah, before the papers, before the shame, she's here, just turn around." My breath caught. Sarah, my ex-wife. The name struck with physical force. How did it know? How could it know the precise shape of my regret? She's standing behind you, smiling, the way she did on your honeymoon. Turn, just turn. Tears leaked from the corners of my eyes. I wanted to turn. God, I wanted to turn, to see her face one more time, untouched by disappointment, by the slow erosion of love. To have 60 minutes with the woman I'd failed before I'd even realized I was failing her. But Alistair's warning echoed in my mind. Don't acknowledge it. I shook my head violently. "No," I whispered. The temperature in the room plummeted further. My teeth chattered uncontrollably. The shadows flowed closer. I could feel their cold presence inches from my skin. Something brushed against my shoulder, not a hand, not anything with fingers, but a pressure, a weight, like a heavy cloth settling over me. "You left her," the whisper hissed, its tone shifting from coaxing to venomous. "You buried yourself in work while she drowned in silence. You deserve to see what you destroyed. Turn. See her face when she realized you had never really been there." Images flooded my mind, not memories, but perfect, painful reconstructions. Sarah sitting alone at our kitchen table, staring at her untouched dinner. Sarah crying silently in the shower so I wouldn't hear. Sarah packing her suitcase the morning she left, her movements efficient, final. Each image accompanied by a fresh wave of that impossible cold. The regulator ticked on, its rhythm subtly altered, sometimes accelerating into a frantic staccato, sometimes slowing to a crawl where seconds stretched into minutes. Time itself had become elastic, malleable. I could feel moments slipping past me like water through cupped hands. Yesterday's regret bleeding into tomorrow's anxiety, childhood shame merging with adult failure, all of it present simultaneously, all of it real. At what my phone told me was 12:17 a.m., the regulator began chiming again. 1, 2, 3. I counted along with the distorted notes, my entire body rigid with terror. 10, 11, 12, 13. The 13th chime for 1 o'clock tore through the apartment like a physical force. The windows rattled in their frames, the floorboards groaned, and the whisper became a voice, clear, distinct, speaking directly into my mind with my own voice, my own cadence, my own deepest self-loathing. "Look at the clock. See what you've become. See the hollow man who trades truth for approval, love for ambition. See yourself as you truly are. My neck muscles ached with the effort of keeping my head forward. Every fiber of my being screamed to turn, to look, to confront the truth of my own failure. The shadows pressed against me from all sides, now cold and heavy and hungry. Something touched my cheek, a sensation like frozen silk dragging across my skin. Turn, see, no. With a sob tearing from my throat, I wrenched my head to the side, not toward the clock, but toward the dormer window. A mistake, a catastrophic error. Reflected in the dark glass was the room behind me, and in that reflection I saw it. Not a monster, not a demon, but a version of myself, older, gaunt, eyes hollowed by decades of regret, standing beside the regulator clock, and between us, woven from shifting shadows, stood the entity. It had no fixed form, but suggested height and impossible angles, a presence that hurt to look at directly. And it was reaching for me, not with hands, but with tendrils of distorted time itself, unraveling the moments of my life as it drew them into its formless body. I saw flashes within those tendrils, my 5th birthday party dissolving into my father's funeral, my wedding vows merging with Sarah's departure, the triumphant moment of my first published paper collapsing into the shame of its retraction, all moments becoming one moment, all time becoming no time. The reflection me turned its head and looked directly at me through the glass. Its lips moved. "Let go," it mouthed. "It's easier this way." I tore my gaze from the window and slammed. My eyes shut again, curling into a ball on the bed. My phone clutched against my chest like a holy relic. 12:23 a.m. 37 minutes until 1:13. 37 minutes until the final chime that would either seal the fold or pull me through it forever. The entity didn't speak again. It didn't need to. It simply waited, its cold presence seeping into my bones, its hunger a physical pressure against my mind. I felt time stretching around me, minutes elongating into hours, seconds compressing into instants. I relived my entire life in fractured flashes, learning to ride a bike, my first kiss, the moment I knew I loved Sarah, the moment I knew I'd lost her. All of it happening at once, all of it real, all of it mine to lose. At 12:58 a.m. on my phone, the regulator began its final sequence. 1, 2, 3. I counted along, tears streaming down my face, my body shaking with cold and terror. 10, 11, 12. Silence. A single, endless second stretched between 12 and 13. In that silence, I felt the entity lean closer, felt its hunger like a vacuum pulling at my soul, felt the fabric of my timeline straining, ready to snap. 13. The 13th chime for 1 o'clock wasn't a sound at all. It was an absence, a silence so profound it swallowed all other noise, all other sensation. In that silence, I felt myself beginning to unravel, felt moments of my life peeling away like pages from a book, drifting toward the entity's waiting form. But I held on, clutched my phone tighter, focused on the single steady number glowing on its screen. 1 a.m., real time, my time, the time I had earned through living, through failing, through continuing anyway. The silence broke, not with a chime, but with a sound like tearing fabric. A violent shudder passed through the apartment, the walls groaning, the floorboards buckling, the regulator clock emitting a final discordant crack as something inside its mechanism shattered. And then stillness. Warmth returned to the room in a gentle wave. The pressure lifted. The shadows receded, becoming ordinary darkness once more. I kept my eyes closed, counting slowly to 60, as Alistair had instructed. When I opened them, dawn light filtered through the dormer window. My phone read 7:03 a.m. I turned slowly, dreading what I might see. The regulator clock hung silent on the wall, its hands frozen at 1:13. A hairline fracture spiderwebbed across its glass face, but the room was empty. The shadows were just shadows. The air smelled of dust and old wood and morning. I descended the stairs on trembling legs. The shop below was empty. Alistair's stool sat pushed back from the workbench. His loop lay beside a half-disassembled pocket watch. But he was gone. On the workbench, next to his tools, lay a single sheet of paper. I picked it up with numb fingers. The fold is sealed for another generation. I chose to stay on the other side, to keep watch from within the scar. Someone must tend a mechanism, even broken, especially broken. Don't mourn me. I am where I need to be, and you must leave this town today. The entity knows your taste now. It will remember. Go somewhere with no clocks, somewhere time moves carelessly, and never ever listen for a 13th chime again. Beneath the note lay a small brass key, the same key Alistair had used to wind the regulator. I slipped it into my pocket without thinking. I packed my bags in 20 minutes. Didn't shower, didn't eat, just stuffed clothes into suitcases and carried them to my car. As I drove away from Blackwater Falls, I watched the town clock recede in my rearview mirror. Its hands moved normally. 12 chimes at noon as I passed the city limits. I've been on the road for 3 days now. I avoid towns with prominent clocks. I keep my phone on silent, its time display turned off. I sleep in motel rooms with no wall clocks, drawing the curtains against the sun so I won't know whether it's morning or evening. But last night, in a roadside motel outside Boise, I woke at precisely 12 a.m., according to the glowing numbers on the microwave across the room. And from somewhere far away, perhaps from the valley between mountains, perhaps from the space between heartbeats, I heard it, a single distant chime, followed by a second. I pulled the pillow over my head and counted my own breaths until dawn. When I finally dared to look at my phone, the time read 12:02 a.m., but the microwave across the room glowed with a different number, 1:15 a.m., and this morning, when I checked out, the clerk smiled pleasantly and said, "Have a nice day, sir. Beautiful weather for a Tuesday." I didn't correct him. I didn't tell him it's Wednesday, because as I drove away from that motel, I glanced at my phone's calendar feature, and it agreed with him. It's Tuesday. It's been Tuesday for 38 hours now, and in the rearview mirror, just beyond the edge of sight, the shadows between telephone poles seemed to linger a moment too long, to hold a shape that shouldn't be there, to watch me drive through a day that refuses to end. I don't know how much time I have left. I don't know if time even means anything anymore, but I keep driving, eastward, away from the mountains, away from the valley, away from the clock that struck 13 times and taught me that time isn't a river flowing in one direction. It's a room, and some rooms have doors that shouldn't exist, and some things wait on the other side of those doors, patient and hungry, knowing that everyone, sooner or later, checks the time. And that ends this story. A new one starts now. I drive for a Rideshare app and picked up the same passenger 3 nights in a row. I've been driving for Ride now for about 8 months to make extra money on weekends. I work a regular job during the week, but the extra cash helps with bills. I usually drive Friday and Saturday nights from around 10 p.m. until 3 or 4 a.m. when the bar crowds die down. Last Friday night started normal. I picked up a few college kids, a couple coming home from dinner, the usual weekend crowd. Around 1:30 a.m., I got a ping for a pickup at an address in Riverside, the older part of town near the industrial district. The pickup location was a corner near an old warehouse. Not a great area, but not the worst I've been to. I pulled up and waited. A woman got in the back seat. She looked like she was in her 30s, wearing a long gray coat and carrying a small purse. Her hair was dark and pulled back. She looked tired. "Thanks for coming," she said quietly. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. "No problem. Where are we headed?" She gave me an address on the west side of town, about a 20-minute drive. I confirmed it in the app and started driving. She didn't say anything for the first few minutes. Most passengers either want to chat or they're on their phones. She just sat there looking out the window. "Long night?" I asked, trying to be friendly. "You could say that." She didn't elaborate. We drove in silence for a while. I glanced in the rearview mirror a few times. She was still just staring out the window, her face blank. When we were about 5 minutes from her destination, she spoke again. "Do you ever feel like you're stuck in a loop? Like you're doing the same thing over and over? Like Groundhog Day?" I joked. "Something like that." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded. We reached her address, a small house on a quiet street. I pulled up to the curb. "Here you go. Have a good night." She didn't move for a second. Then she said, "You, too. Drive safely." She got out and walked to the house. I waited until she went inside like I always do, then drove off. The ride was rated 5 stars in my app. Standard trip. Saturday night, around the same time, 1:30 a.m., I got another ping. Same pickup location in Riverside near the warehouse. I thought that was weird, but not impossible. Maybe she worked nearby and this was her regular ride home. I pulled up to the same corner. The same woman got in my car. Same gray coat, same purse. She sat in the same spot in the back seat. "Hey again," I said. "Same place as last night?" She looked at me confused. "Last night?" "Yeah, I picked you up here yesterday. Took you to Hillcrest Street." She shook her head slowly. "I don't think so. I've never used this app before tonight." That didn't make sense. I definitely remembered her, but I didn't want to argue with the passenger. "My mistake. Sorry. Where to?" She gave me the same address as the night before. Exact same destination. I entered it in the app and started driving. This time, I paid more attention to her. She did the same thing. Stared out the window. Didn't talk. Barely moved. About halfway there, I tried again. "You sure you haven't used Ride Now before? I could swear I drove you last night." "I'm sure," she said. But her voice had a strange quality to it, like she wasn't entirely certain. We drove in silence again. When we got close to her house, she asked the same question as before. "Do you ever feel like you're stuck in a loop?" The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Those were the exact same words, the exact same timing in the drive. "Yeah," I said carefully. "Sometimes I do." "It's happening to me," she said quietly. "I keep waking up in that warehouse. I keep going home, but I never remember getting there." What do you mean? You wake up in the warehouse. She didn't answer. We pulled up to her house. She got out without another word and walked inside. I sat there for a minute, confused and a little creeped out. I checked my ride history. Both rides were listed, Friday night and Saturday night. Same pickup, same destination, same passenger name, Sarah M. I almost didn't drive on Sunday. I thought about staying home, but I needed the money, and I told myself I was being paranoid. It was just a coincidence. Sunday night, 1:30 a.m. I got a ping, same location in Riverside. My hands were shaking as I drove there. Part of me hoped it would be a different passenger, but I knew it wouldn't be. She was standing on a corner waiting, same coat, same purse. When I pulled up, she got in. "Hi," I said. "Sarah, right?" She looked startled. "How do you know my name?" "It's in the app. Listen, I've picked you up the last 3 nights. Same place, same time, same destination. Do you remember me at all?" She stared at me in the rearview mirror. Her eyes looked scared. 3 nights? Friday, Saturday, and now Sunday. You asked me the same question both times about being stuck in a loop. Her face went pale. "I don't remember Friday. I barely remember Saturday. I keep waking up in that warehouse behind us. I don't know how I get there. I call a ride home and then nothing. I wake up in the warehouse again." "What's in the warehouse?" "I don't know. I never go inside. I just wake up on the street corner, and it's always 1:15 a.m. every time." I felt cold. "What do you mean every time?" "This has been happening for weeks, maybe longer. I can't remember anymore." Her voice was shaking. "At first I thought I was sleepwalking, but I'm fully dressed. I have my phone and my purse. I call a ride, I go home, I go to bed. Then I wake up on that corner again." "Have you tried staying awake or going somewhere else besides home?" "I've tried. I can't stay awake. As soon as I get home and lie down, I fall asleep immediately. And when I wake up, I'm back there." "What about going to a hospital or the police?" She shook her head. "I tried that. Twice. Same thing happens. I end up back at the warehouse." We were getting close to her house. I didn't want to drop her off. I had a feeling if I did, I'd pick her up again tomorrow night. "What if you don't go home?" I asked. "What if I take you somewhere else?" "Where?" "I don't know. A hotel? A friend's house?" She thought about it. "I don't have any friends in this city. I moved here 6 months ago for work, and I've tried hotels. I wake up at the warehouse anyway." "What about the warehouse itself? Have you tried going inside to see what's in there?" She looked terrified. "No, I'm afraid to." "Maybe that's the answer. Maybe you need to face whatever is in there." "Will you come with me?" I should have said no. I should have dropped her off and never accepted another ride from that area. But something about her desperation, her fear, I couldn't just leave her. "Okay," I said, "let's go back." I turned the car around and drove back to Riverside. When we got to the warehouse, I parked on the street. It was almost 2 a.m. The area was deserted. The warehouse was old brick, 3 stories tall, with broken windows and faded paint. There was a chain-link fence around it with a torn section where you could slip through. "I don't think this is a good idea," Sarah said. "We don't have to go in. We can just look around." We got out of the car. The street was quiet except for distant traffic sounds. We walked to the fence and looked through. There was a loading dock with a metal door. It was slightly open. "That door," Sarah said, "it's always open just like that." "You seen it before?" "Every time I wake up I can see it from the corner. It's always open a few inches." We stood there for a minute. Then I made a decision. "I'm going to look inside." "Please don't." But I was already walking through the gap in the fence. I heard Sarah following behind me. We got to the loading dock, and I pulled the metal door open wider. Inside was dark, but I could see a hallway with my phone flashlight. The walls were covered in old graffiti. The floor was concrete, cracked and dirty. We walked down the hallway. It opened into a large room that must have been the main warehouse floor. Empty, except for some broken pallets and trash. "There's nothing here," I said. "Wait." Sarah was looking at something in the corner. "There." I shined my light where she was pointing. There was a stairway leading down, a basement. "I don't think we should," I started, but Sarah was already walking toward it. I followed her down the stairs. The basement was smaller than the main floor. It smelled like mildew and rust. My light caught something on the floor. It was a mattress, old and stained. Next to it was a blanket and some empty water bottles. Someone had been living down here. "Sarah," I said quietly, "we should go." She wasn't listening. She was staring at the wall. I moved my light to see what she was looking at. There were photos taped to the wall, dozens of them, all of the same person, all of Sarah. Photos of her at work, at the grocery store, at her house. Photos of her sleeping. Recent photos from the last few months. "Oh my God," she whispered. I heard something above us. Footsteps on the main floor. "We need to leave, now." We ran back to the stairs, but someone was coming down. A man, tall and thin, holding a flashlight. "Sarah," he said calmly, "you brought someone this time. That's new." Sarah grabbed my arm. "Run." We tried to push past him, but he was blocking the stairs. I swung my phone at him and connected with his face. He stumbled, and we got past, running up the stairs and across the warehouse floor. We made it outside and through the fence. I heard him behind us, shouting something I couldn't make out. We got to my car, and I drove away as fast as I could. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. "Who was that?" I asked. "I don't know. I've never seen him before, but he knew my name. We need to call the police." "And tell them what? That I keep waking up near a warehouse where someone is stalking me? They'll think I'm crazy." "You have proof now. Those photos. I saw them too." She pulled out her phone and called 911. She explained the situation. Someone was stalking her. They were hiding in a warehouse. They had photos of her. The dispatcher said they'd send officers to check it out. We drove to a nearby 24-hour diner to wait. Sarah was shaking. I bought us coffee, and we sat in a booth. "How long has this really been happening?" I asked. "I don't know. I thought it was just a few weeks. But what if it's been longer? What if I've been stuck in this loop for months and I don't remember?" The police called back after an hour. They'd searched the warehouse. They found the basement, found the mattress and the photos, but no sign of anyone. They took the photos as evidence and said they'd investigate. "Where's your house?" I asked Sarah. She gave me her address, the same one I'd been driving her to. "But I don't want to go there. What if he knows where I live? What if that's why I keep ending up at the warehouse? What if he's been taking me there?" That made horrible sense. Do you live alone? Yes. Okay, here's what we're going to do. You're going to stay somewhere else tonight. A hotel, but not one near your house or the warehouse. Somewhere random. And you're going to stay awake. If you feel yourself getting tired, call me. I'll come get you. She nodded. Okay. I drove her to a hotel on the other side of town. She checked in and texted me her room number. I told her to lock the door and keep her phone on. I went home, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those photos on the wall, about Sarah waking up at the warehouse over and over, about the man in the basement who knew her name. Around 6 a.m., Sarah called me. I'm still here. I stayed awake all night. I didn't wake up at the warehouse. That's good. That's really good. The police called. They found out who owns the warehouse. It's been abandoned for 5 years, but they're checking previous tenant records. They're also going to dust for prints in the basement. Over the next few days, the police investigation moved forward. They found prints that matched a man named David Carver, who had worked as a security guard at Sarah's office building. He'd been fired 3 months ago for inappropriate behavior. They arrested him at his apartment. He confessed to everything. He'd been stalking Sarah for months. He'd somehow gotten her routine down. Knew when she went to bed, knew she was a heavy sleeper. He'd been breaking into her house, drugging her water bottle, and taking her to the warehouse while she was unconscious. Then he'd leave her on the corner before the drugs wore off. She'd wake up confused, call a ride home, and the cycle would repeat. She'd go to bed, drink the drugged water, and he'd take her again. He said he never hurt her. He just wanted to be near her. He said he loved her. Sarah's therapist said she might never fully remember all the times it happened. The drugs he used can cause memory loss. She might have been stuck in that loop for months. She moved out of state, changed her name. She texts me sometimes to let me know she's okay. I still drive for Ride now, but I never accept rides from that area of town anymore. And every time I pick up a passenger who seems confused or disoriented, I pay attention. Because you never know what kind of hell someone might be stuck in without even knowing it. Sarah was lucky. She broke the loop. But I keep thinking about how many people might be stuck in situations like that and no one realizes because they can't remember enough to ask for help. That's the scariest part, not the stalker in the warehouse, but the idea that your whole reality could be manufactured, that days or weeks or months of your life could be stolen, and you'd never know. Sarah knew something was wrong. She felt the loop. But what if she hadn't? What if she just accepted the confusion as normal? I think about that every night when I'm driving. I look at every passenger and wonder what their story is, what they might be going through that they don't fully understand. And I'm grateful that for Sarah at least, the loop is finally broken. And so, this story comes to an end. Let's start another. My shadow moves before I do and sometimes walks away without me. I took the apartment on Sycamore Street because the rent was $400 a month. Utilities included, no credit check. The listing photo showed sunlit hardwood floors and a clawfoot tub. Lies, all of it. When I turned the key in the rusted lock that first evening, the smell hit me first. Damp plaster, mildew, and something underneath like forgotten meat left in a closed cupboard. The hardwood was linoleum cracked like desert earth. The tub was porcelain-stained and ringed with grime. The only light came from a single bare bulb hanging over the kitchen sink, casting long, leaping shadows that made the peeling floral wallpaper seem to writhe. Mr. Varga, the superintendent, handed me a key taped to a note that read, "Don't trust the quiet spots. They listen." He didn't explain, just shuffled off down the hall, his own shadow stretching unnaturally long down the peeling wallpaper before he even reached the stairwell. I told myself it was the flickering bulb, the stress of the divorce, the 3 nights I'd slept in my car. The first time I noticed, it was day 3. I was making coffee at 6:03 a.m., the only sound the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of the leaky faucet into a chipped bowl. I reached for the mug on the counter. My shadow on the wall, cast by the weak dawn light filtering through the grimy window, reached first. Not by much. Half a second. A flicker. My hand froze mid-air. I stared at the shadow hand, still extended toward the mug while my own hung suspended. I blinked. The shadow snapped back into place. Stress, I told myself. Sleep deprivation. You're seeing things. I drank the coffee black, bitter, and tried to forget. It happened again that night. 11:48 p.m., I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom mirror, the fluorescent light buzzing like a trapped fly. As I raised the toothbrush, my reflection moved. But my shadow on the far wall, thrown by the hallway light, bleeding under, the door lowered its arm, slowly, deliberately, like it was refusing. I spun around. The hallway was empty, dark. I checked the mirror. My own eyes were wide, pupils blown with fear. But in the glass just over my shoulder, my shadow stood perfectly still on the bathroom wall, arm lowered, head tilted at an angle I hadn't made. I started watching it, obsessively. I'd stand under streetlights on my way home from the overnight data entry job, studying the pavement. My shadow would step off the curb before my foot touched the asphalt. It would turn its head toward alleyways I hadn't noticed. Once, crossing the street at Elm and 5th, a delivery van ran a red light. I froze. My shadow didn't. It kept walking, gliding smoothly into the path of the oncoming headlights, then dissolving into smoke just as the tires screeched to a halt inches from where it had been. The driver yelled, but I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My shadow reformed at my feet, trembling like a leaf in a storm. But when I looked down, it was perfectly still, calm, as if nothing had happened. The apartment became a cage of angles and light. I drew the curtains at dusk, covered the mirrors with sheets, lit every lamp I owned, creating overlapping pools of light to shrink the shadows. But they found the gaps, the space beneath the bed, the corner behind the radiator, the patch of floor where the hallway light didn't reach. That's where it would gather, thicken. I'd wake at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of breathing, not mine, from that dark corner. When I flicked on the light, the shadows would scramble back to my feet, but the air would still smell of wet stone and something metallic, like old blood. Mrs. Gable from next door found me scrubbing the kitchen floor at 2 a.m., sobbing. She'd come to return a borrowed cup of sugar. Her own shadow, cast by the hallway bulb, stood tall behind her, too tall, its head brushing the ceiling. But she didn't seem to notice. "You look like death warmed over, dear," she said gently, setting the cup down. Her eyes flicked to my shadow, huddled small and tight beneath my chair. "It's been clinging close lately, like it's scared." "Scared?" I whispered. "Of what?" of the places it's walked without you." She leaned closer, her voice dropping. "This building, it's got thin spots, places where the walls between here and there wear thin. Shadows slip through, especially the lonely ones." She touched my wrist. Her fingers were ice. "The last tenant, her shadow left one Tuesday. Just walked out the front door while she was making breakfast. She waited 3 days for it to come back. Then she followed it." Mrs. Gable's own shadow stretched toward the door as she backed away. "Don't let yours go too far, dear. They forget the way back." I locked the door behind her. That night, I sat on the couch with all the lamps blazing, a baseball bat across my knees. 3:16 a.m. The clock on the microwave glowed. The time. I hadn't blinked. I swear I hadn't. But suddenly, I was standing in the hallway. The lights were off. Moonlight striped the floor through the grimy window. My shadow wasn't at my feet. It stood at the apartment door, one hand raised as if to knock. Its back was to me. Its shape was wrong. Too broad at the shoulders, the neck elongated like a stalk. It turned its head. Slowly, the face was mine, but stretched, the mouth a dark slit too wide for the skull. It didn't have eyes, just hollows that drank the moonlight. It opened the door, stepped out into the silent hallway, closed the door softly behind it. I screamed, pounded on the wood. "Come back!" The knob wouldn't turn, locked from the outside. I threw myself against the door until my shoulder ached. Silence, thick, waiting. I slid down to the floor, shaking. The digital clock read 3:49 a.m., 33 minutes gone, erased, like a film reel with frames cut out. When I woke on the couch at dawn, the door was unlocked. My shadow lay small and still beneath me, as if it had never moved. But on the hallway floor, leading from the door to the elevator, were wet footprints. Not mine. Smaller, barefoot. And beside each one, a darker, deeper impression, like the shape of a shadow stepping where no light fell. The walks became routine. Every night at 3:17 a.m., my shadow would peel itself from my feet like old paint and slip out the door. I stopped locking it. What was the point? I'd sit on the edge of the bed, watching the clock, waiting for the moment it would rise. Sometimes it would pause at the door, look back at me with those hollow eye sockets, and place a finger over its lipless mouth. Shh. Other times, it would vanish without a glance, leaving behind the smell of river mud and the sound of distant bells. I followed it once. I waited until it glided through the front door, then crept after it, barefoot on the cold linoleum of the hallway. The stairwell light was out. I used my phone flashlight, the beam cutting a shaky path down the 3 flights. At the bottom, the front door of the building stood ajar. Moonlight spilled through the crack. I pushed it open. The street was empty, silent. No cars, no wind, just the sodium vapor streetlights casting their sickly orange glow on wet pavement. And there, 20 yards ahead, walked my shadow. But it wasn't alone. Dozens of others moved with it, shadows of people I'd never seen. Tall men in old-fashioned suits, women in long skirts, children holding hands, all striding silently down the center of the road. They didn't cast shadows of their own. They were the shadows. My shadow walked among them, its form shifting, growing taller, shedding the shape of me. It turned a corner onto Elm Street, leading the silent procession. I ran after it, my breath ragged in the unnatural quiet. The corner opened onto the old miller's pond. The water was black glass under the moon. The shadow people stood, shoulder to shoulder along the bank, facing the water. My shadow stood at the very edge, its back to me. It raised its arms, not in surrender, in welcome. From the pond's surface, shapes rose, not reflections. Things, darker than the water, slick and glistening, with too many limbs that dripped black liquid onto the shore. They moved toward the shadow people, not walking, but flowing, like oil. My shadow turned its head, not toward the things in the water, toward me, crouched behind a rusted swing set. Its hollow eyes found mine, and it smiled, a wide, splitting grin that showed no teeth, only darkness. It pointed at me, then pointed at the water. "Come!" I ran, all the way back to Sycamore Street. I didn't lock the door. I sat on the floor with my back against it, knees pulled to my chest, until dawn bled gray at the windows. My shadow returned at 5:02 a.m. It slithered under the door, reformed at my feet, and clung to me like a second skin. It felt colder than before, hungrier. The next morning, Mr. Varga found me trying to nail boards over the windows. "They're coming for me," I whispered, hammer trembling in my hand. "The shadows in the pond." He didn't laugh. He just sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering on stone. "You saw the crossing." He pried the hammer from my grip. His own shadow, stretched long by the morning sun, reached out and touched mine. For a second, they merged. "The pond isn't water, boy. It's a door, a thin place. The shadows that walk away, they're not lost, they're called. The things in the water hunger for the shapes of the living. They wear shadows like coats." He spat on the floorboards. "Your shadow's been gone too often. It's learning the taste of the other side. Soon it won't come back at all. Or worse, it'll bring something back with it." "What do I do?" My voice cracked. "Cut the tether." He pulled a rusted pair of shears from his tool belt. The blades were stained dark. "Before the next crossing, at 3:17, when it peels away, cut the thread between you. It'll hurt, like losing a limb, but you'll be free." That night, I sat on the couch with the shears in my lap. The clock ticked toward 3:17. My shadow lay flat and still beneath me, too still. At 3:16:59, it stirred, began to rise. I gripped the shears, the cold metal biting into my palm. As it lifted free of my feet, I saw it, a thin, glistening thread connecting its ankle to mine, like spider silk, like a vein. I raised the shears. My shadow turned, not the stretched, hollow-faced thing from the pond. Me, my face slack with exhaustion, eyes red-rimmed from crying. It held up a hand, not in warning, in pleading, and in its other hand it held a photograph. A photo I hadn't seen in 10 years. Me and Sarah on our wedding day. Sunlight on the courthouse steps. Her smile wide, unbroken. My arm around her waist. Before the pills. Before the lies. Before she left. The shadow me pressed the photo to its chest, then pointed to my own heart. "You let go first," its hollow eyes seemed to say. "You cut the thread long before I did." The shears fell from my hand. The shadow bowed its head, stepped out the door. I didn't follow it to the pond that night. I sat on the porch steps instead, watching the streetlights flicker on one by one. At 4:01 a.m., it returned, not alone. Behind it walked another shadow, smaller, feminine, Sarah's shadow. It held a shadow hand out to mine, not touching, just close. My shadow took it. They stood together on the sidewalk, facing the apartment building, two silhouettes holding hands under the orange light, waiting. I opened the door. "Sarah?" I whispered. The shadows didn't turn. They couldn't. Shadows don't have voices. But in the silence I heard it, a soft, familiar sigh, the one she used to make when she was trying not to cry. The scent of her lavender shampoo filled the air, sharp and sweet. The shadows didn't enter. They just stood there, guarding the door, keeping the dark things at bay. Mr. Varga found me on the steps at dawn, wrapped in a blanket. He didn't comment on the two shadows standing sentinel beside me. He just handed me a thermos of hot coffee. "They're not calling you anymore," he said quietly. "They're protecting you, the ones who left. They remember what it's like to be whole." He nodded at my shadow, now standing tall and steady beside Sarah's. "The thread's still there, but it's not a tether anymore. It's a bridge." I still wake at 3:17 a.m., not from fear, from habit. I pad to the window, pull back the curtain. In the street below, under the flickering sodium light, they stand, my shadow and Sarah's, sometimes hand in hand, sometimes just close. They watch the road, the pond, the dark corners where the thin places wait. They don't walk away. Not anymore. They stay. Last Tuesday, a new shadow joined them, small, wearing a baseball cap. Ben, Sarah's little brother. He'd drowned in Miller's Pond when he was 12. I never knew him, but his shadow knows mine. It nods when I wave from the window. The apartment still smells of mildew. The faucet still drips. The wallpaper still peels. But the quiet spots don't listen anymore. They're filled with the soft, steady breathing of shadows standing guard. I don't lock the door at night. I leave it unlocked, just in case Sarah's shadow ever wants to come home. Sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I hear them, not voices, footsteps, soft, deliberate, walking the perimeter of the building, keeping the darkness out. And when I look down at my own feet in the morning light, my shadow is always there, waiting, ready. It moves when I move now. But sometimes, just for a second, I catch it glancing toward the pond. Its shoulders tense, its head tilts, listening, not to the water, to the silence between the waves. It remembers the taste of the other side, and it knows the hunger never truly sleeps. I don't cut the thread. I feed it with memories, with coffee left on the porch step at dawn, with the photograph I taped to the inside of the front door. We're not whole, not yet, but we're not alone. And in the thin places where the light barely reaches, that's enough. For now, the shadows know, they always know. They're waiting for the day the thread becomes a door, and we all step through together. Until then, I leave the lamp on in the hall, for the ones who walk in the dark, for the ones who remember how to come home.